How's everybody doing tonight? First things first, how do I look? But more importantly, how do I sound? I always want to make sure that the audio is crisp and clear, no crackling or anything of the sorts. And then, of course, how's everybody doing tonight? Hope y'all are ready to see some pool playing tonight. I already saw that there was a question as to why I'm all dressed up. This was something I had wanted to do when I had made my video where I basically just showcased the Predator tuxedo, and people had said that I should have had a bow tie on because I'm wearing exactly what I wore in that video. I just didn't have a bow tie. So I ended up actually buying a bow tie because I just wanted to actually wear one during a live stream, just for fun, since I'm shooting with a tuxedo Q. So that's all this is. This is just for fun. This is for y'all's entertainment, and then hopefully on top of that, you get to see some good pool playing. I just recently published a video that shows that I've technically mastered breaking the 9 ball rack because I can almost with a certain degree of accuracy predict where all 9 balls are going to be on the table. I can't produce it 100% of the time. There is a common collision that I've been noticing more and more between the ball that's in the back of the rack and then the ball that's to the right of the ball that's in the back of the rack. They tend to collide a lot. And then so I'm always still trying to find like that sweet spot to where I can actually get those two to avoid one another, and then I get that consistent spread. And then hopefully with a consistent spread and a shot at the 1 ball, I can score an 11. Otherwise, I end up taking ball in hand and possibly going for a 9. But before we get into that, let's do a roll call here. We got Russian Crush Gaming, Scooper JS, Hector Montalvo. I think this might be the first time I've seen you in here, and if that is, welcome to my stream. Eric Pool Guy Simpson 29, Ken Allen Dronsfield. I do apologize, but I cannot read that name. Persistent Wolf Billiards, John Knight. We've got J Mac, or otherwise On the Snap. What is that? Day Leninger. I hope I said that correctly. Oh, I'm looking sharp, huh? Like I said, this is just for fun. It's actually kind of uncomfortable because this is just a clip-on. And normally when I wear button-up shirts, I normally don't button the very, very top button because it does kind of squeeze the neck a little bit. So with this clip-on bow tie, it was actually a little difficult maneuvering the darn thing on to actually hook onto the collar so that way it can stay this upright. Bob Kemp, how's it going? Cue ball control sometimes. Thanks for stopping by. So we won't waste any time here going into the first set here. Y'all know what I'm going to try to do. I am going to try to score again between 81 to 99. Hopefully I can get it tonight. I think the primary goal would be to just land somewhere inside of there. And then after I do that, if I'm able to do that, I think it's more of a matter of not necessarily trying to continuously top the score. So for example, I don't know, like if I were to score like an 85, for example, would future attempts mean to score like an 86 or an 87, et cetera, or should I just try to just jump all the way to the 99? And I'm not even sure if I would even make live stream attempts at the 99, maybe one or two, because I can imagine that there'd be a lot of resets if I try to do something like that. I'd play like 1 or 2 racks and then possibly screw up the 3rd rack, and I would have to reset. And I can potentially see where that can be a little boring. So I figured it might be better if I tried to record a successful attempt at a 99. I'm not sure yet. Haven't really quite thought it all the way through. But like I said, I don't want to waste any time here. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. I want to have 5 different patterns from the viewers. I already see one from Persistent Wolf Billiards, so I'll go ahead and take that one. So I need 4 more. So the first 4 that pop up in my chat, or the first 5, because Persistent Wolf Billiards already has one, are the racks that I'm going to use tonight. And if I get through all 5 of them without, setting my record of what I want, then I'll end up using my favorite pattern rack after that. So we've got one from Persistent Wolf Billiards at 167-293-458. Let me get 4 more, and then we'll get started. Okay, I see one from John Knight. Let's go ahead and copy that one down. Let's see, 152-697-384. Okay. Scooper JS, I see yours. Let me get 2 more. Let's see, 147-598-632. I see Beard King and Eric Pool Guy Simpson 29. So sorry, Mark Baker and Hector and Jace and J-Mac. You guys were a little slow on the mark, or maybe you did beat them on your end, but on my end, this is the order at which they appear. So there's usually no telling when it comes to the internet. But I have my first 5 patterns. So we're going to start off with Persistent Wolf Billiards at using 167-293-458. So let's switch on over to this view here. You should notice that I did something a little bit different with the scoreboard. I saw 167-293. And then 458. Okay. So for anybody that's new to the stream, what I'm doing here is playing 9 racks of 9-ball using Bang Time Pool's virtual tournament rules. So what I do here is I break, and depending upon the layout of the table, I have to satisfy what's called the 3-point rule, which means I either need to make a combination of 3 or more balls, or to get 3 or more balls to touch the head string from where I'm breaking from. So I said a combination of, so therefore I can make a ball, for example, which is most likely going to be the wing ball. The 3 ball will be the ball that I'll drop for 1 point. And then 2 object balls, not including the cue ball, have to touch the head string. That satisfies the 3-point rule. And if I don't satisfy the 3-point rule, then I'll get a chance to break again for that same rack. And if I don't satisfy it again on that second attempt, then the rack will end up being a 0. And I've had that happen a couple of times. After the break, I have an option to take ball in hand and then try to run the table, because every ball is going to be worth a point. If I'm successful at running the table, then I will have scored a 9 for the rack. If I do not run the table, then I will just score whatever balls I was able to pocket. So anywhere from 0 to 9, basically. If I do combo the 9 early, which you will most likely never see during my sets, it is worth 2 points, but I don't get any points for any balls that are remaining on the table. So if I were to make a ball, for example, on the break, and then just combo the 9 in, all I've scored is 3 points for the rack. So it's actually not to your benefit to try to pocket the 9 ball early. However, if the 9 ball is on the table with 1 extra ball, I can try to make that last ball and pocket the 9 at the same time. And I will still get 2 points for that 9 ball because I pocketed a shot early, which means I can actually get a rare score of a 10, which has never been achieved, though I have done it once, but off camera. And as I've said before, if it's not recorded, it never happened. Then I have an option of not taking ball in hand after the break. And if I'm able to run the table like that, then I can get an extra 2 bonus points on top of the 9 for a grand total of 11. And so that's why I said that I tried to score between 81 and 99. 81 would be all 9 racks being 9 points, or all 9 racks being 11 points for a total of 99, which also means I legitimately broke and ran 9 consecutive racks in a row, which is probably not what you're going to see tonight. Maybe, I'm not sure. But the goal is to try to have a total score of 80, somewhere to land in between 81 through 99. The 9 ball will hardly ever go on the break with my breaks, but if I do drop the 9 ball on the break, I can take a score of 7. Or I can try to spot the 9 and then go for the 9 or 11 afterwards. So, if anybody has seen my most recent video, I can't guarantee that I'm going to get this spread every single solitary time. But what I'm expecting to happen is for the 1 ball to miss the side pocket and then hopefully set itself up somewhere over here. Otherwise, if I hit it too hard, it's going to get stuck on the bottom rail. The 6 ball will bank off the side rail and head towards this side pocket. The 7 ball should kind of drift over this way and then hopefully land somewhere right around here. The 3 ball is going to be the ball that falls into the pocket. The 9 ball hopefully doesn't go anywhere. It sits inside of the Accu rack. The 2 ball will go 3 rails around and either go towards this side pocket, but usually it heads towards this corner pocket. The 5 ball will come off the side rail and head over this way, which means it can also possibly tie up with the 4 ball because the 4 ball will go this way and then come back out, while the 8 ball will hit the short rail and then come back over here. So you basically heard a couple of things. The 8, the 5, the 3, and the 2 ball and the 7 are all crossing in this area here. So if they collide, then that's where I run a high risk of not even satisfying the 3-point rule. And more times than not, what I've been seeing is that the 8 ball and the 5 ball in this case are going to be the ones that collide. The 8 ball will come over here and then bump into the 5 ball and possibly push it down here. If everything goes according to plan, I'm kind of expecting at least the 1 ball, the 8 ball, and the 2 ball to be down here somewhere, if I'm able to avoid all of the collisions. So let's see how the first set goes. Typically, I've been having a trend where like the first couple of sets are like bad as I progressively warm up, and then my scores start to get better and better. But let's see if we can do better than that. Okay, y'all see what I mean? The only thing that's kind of oddballish is that the 9 ball got kicked out of the rack, but look where all the balls are. Pretty much where I predicted. And let's see, I'm just going to lift the 5 ball up so that way I can pull the Accu rack out. So I will try to remember removing the Accu rack so that way it does not either help me or hinder me. So unfortunately, if the 2 ball makes it back here because it was the right wing ball, it has a high tendency to get in the way. Sometimes I'll have a combination set up, but then sometimes the 1 ball will actually have a free path to go into the corner pocket. But at least on this rack, I am going to take ball in hand, and I'll try to go for a 9. Nothing looks too terribly difficult. Just need to not get careless. So really the only oddball thing I have with this rack right now is that 9 ball being where it's at. And now I'm not sure if I'm going to bump into the 7 ball. Or get hooked behind it. First rack, and I'm already going airborne. Slow down, cue ball. All right, and we start off with a 9. And I wanted to say, like, I'm always thrilled when I actually do like a jump shot or like a carom shot or like just something out of the ordinary that I can actually kind of like highlight during the stream. Let's give ourselves a 9 on that one. Whoops, fix that. There we go. Okay. So what is it? 1, 6, 7, 2, 9, 3. 4, 5, 8. Hope everybody's ready for the weekend as I am, which is usually why I like to stream on Fridays, because I can just go into the wee hours of the night and not really have to worry about anything. All right, let's see if I can get a similar spread, except we want to be able to have a shot at the 1 ball. Okay, you saw we had a collision that time. 2 ball made it down here, but the 1 ball did not. So that's what I was saying. If there's a collision down there, that usually is what prevents the 3-point rule from happening. If I would at least dropped another ball, then we would have been fine with the 2 ball being down there. Okay, I think I have the pattern memorized now. It's a fairly easy pattern to memorize. All right, so now I got to be careful. If I don't satisfy the 3-point rule again, then this rack is a 0, which can really hurt. Okay, no collision this time. The 1 ball really didn't make it past the side pocket, but that's okay. We got the 2 and the 8 down here, so we're golden. So that pretty much looked like everything went where it was supposed to go. Because sometimes I can actually get the 1 ball to fall into the side pocket as well. So we can go for an 11 on this one. I think the tricky transition is going to be from the 4 to the 5. It all depends on the angle that I get. Because if I shoot it now, Like I think this is good to where I can come up this way and then just come back down. But if I'm anywhere over here, I kind of have to spin this way to get position on the 5. So when I look from the 2 and the 4, that's going to be like a very important transition. Okay, so my angle's a little too sharp to do 1 rail, so I think I have to come 2 rails, come through the 6 and the 7, and have a. I'd kind of like to be basically where I'm at, like, at least maybe somewhere a little closer so the angle's not that sharp. Oh, slow down, because this will be just fine as well. I can just play a stop shot for the 6. Maybe draw it back ever so slightly just so I can have an angle to use the side rail. Well, that didn't look like it drew at all. But I can at least cheat the pocket and still use the side rail. And I didn't hit that hard enough. So the question becomes, how do I play the 7 to the 8? Because it looks like cue ball is doing this, and so do I flare it 3 rails, or do I try to pull it back and take a long shot on the 8? Oh my goodness, I didn't put enough spin, because that would have been it. Okay. Looks like I have to play the bank. Okay, so I at least get the point for the 8 ball. That's unfortunate. But that's okay. We can take 8s. 7s, 8s, and 9s, we're okay with taking. Because as long as I can mix in an 11, then that'll offset the 7 or the 8. But I am at least glad that I made the bank shot. Just would have been better if I didn't scratch. So now the best part about all of this is if anybody had like any doubts with that last video, because it's a recorded video, right? I can sit there and just try to re-record over and over again until the rack does exactly what I want it to do. And that's why at least I did 5 consecutive breaks in that video. And not all 5 of them behaved appropriately. I mean, they were rather consistent, and then I think there was like 1 or 2 oddball results that I had in there to show like I'm not going to be able to 100% reproduce it. But if I'm doing it live, That should hopefully erase any doubts. So see what happens when there's another collision? So yeah, only the one ball made it. So that's usually what I'm hoping to avoid. And I'm only trying to break like, anywhere between 10 to 11 miles per hour, as I demonstrated. Any harder than that, then I will most likely not have a shot at the one ball because it'll be on the end rail. But as I'm playing with power, I can clearly hit too soft and just really not satisfy the 3-point rule. So that's where hopefully my muscle memory starts to kick in really quick as I get warmed up. Like that. That's a 0, even though I made 2 balls on the break. The one ball didn't pass the side pocket, so that brutally hurts. That probably almost ruins the entire set when that happens. So mainly, what I try to get to happen is for the back ball to pass on what would be my left, y'all's right of this ball here. Because you'll notice when they collide, it's colliding where it's on the right of y'all's right side. If I can get it to pass all the way around, then the ball's coming down here. And more times than not, that usually just has to deal with how I'm actually hitting the rack. See, they collided again. But this time, at least the one ball makes it down here while I've got 2 balls on the break. And this is actually brutal, but we've already got a 0. That's a very, very small window for me to try to land in. Let's see, can I even... I might have to take ball in hand on this one just to try to get decent position on the 2 ball. Unless I get behind it, then I can carom it off the 6 into the side pocket. We've already got the 0, so let's go ahead and go for the 11. We're going to try to get the cue ball behind the 2. Give me a little bit of an angle so that way I can get some type of position on the 4. So we're going to try to carom the 2 off the 6 into the side pocket. And we get a bonus ball. Wasn't very comfortable playing that. It was either that or try to go from side to side. And that was a well-deserved 11, especially after that 0. My goodness. So when you think about it, I'm currently, what, 8 points behind? Because after 4 racks, if I had 4 nines, I should be at 36. Right, so I'm still 8 points behind, which I can attempt to make up if I can score some more 11s. Anybody that's just joining the stream, as soon as I finish these 9 racks, I'll take a small break and just kind of chit-chat with everybody before I make an attempt at the second set. Answer any questions if anybody's got some. And you see, like I said, when no collision occurs, 3-point rule will be satisfied. Oh my goodness. The problem I have here is I can go for an 11. I just don't like what I have to do with the cue ball. I don't want to touch the 9 or the 4 because that's where the cue ball automatically goes if I just try to shoot it in. I'm certainly not going to try to feather this ball in. I do want to hit it, which means that I probably am going to try to flare the cue ball around if I go for an 11. And by flaring, mean get it to come somewhere over here. And then hope that I still have a shot at the 2. Because with that 0, I want these 11s. So I think that's what we're going to try. Slow down. Not the best thing in the world. I was kind of hoping here and then come back up, but this works as well. It's just a harder shot. Probably actually would have been better if it sped up and kind of bumped into it. Oh, and I overcut it of all things. And I didn't get position. Okay, so that ends the rack. So there are what? Still, there's 6 left on the table, so I only got a 3 on that one. So whereas if I would have taken ball in hand, I probably at least would have gotten a 9. And so when it comes to like if I make any attempts at a 99, it'd be racks like that basically just end the set to where I would just have to start over. But we're at least going to finish the first set. Usually when I see that I can't even beat my old record or land anywhere between 81 and 99, I would just end the set to just save some time. But we're at least going to finish the first one. There we go. Collision avoided. And it looks like I have a combo. 4 ball has a free path. The 5 ball does not block it. And actually, now that I look at the 1 ball, I don't think I have to combo it at all. I think the pocket's big enough. So we'll try an 11 on this one. I just need to make sure I land somewhere right around here. Ugh. Oh, I'm going to hook myself behind the 6. Yikes. Well, at least you get to see another jump shot. Just got to be careful I don't hit that 5 ball. That 6 ball is just a little too close for comfort. Well, at least I made a good hit. I was actually trying to draw it straight back. I didn't realize I cut it as much as I did with the, I think that was the 2 ball that I shot. So what, that's another 3. So far, living up to the trend. You know, the first set is what I like to call the warm-up set. But at least what I like already is showing everybody the consistent pattern that the balls are going. So I just have to be able to shoot. Just like I said in the video. I can have these wonderful spreads, but if I don't maintain cue ball control, I'm still not going to run out, just like any other player. Okay, we got a collision, but we still satisfied the 3-point rule. I don't remember if the 1 ball got kicked or not. Otherwise, I hit it improperly because it shouldn't be as far back as it was. So, but we can try for a 9 on this one. I should have thought about this more. So a little bit of top right spin or inside spin for that shot. Same thing, top inside or left spin. Hit that a little too hard because now I've got an angle that takes me away. So I'm going to try to just throw the ball in and just take what I can get here. Oh, and I undercut the ball. Okay, so that's an 8. .42 with 2 left to go. Still put up a rather decent score here. Six, 7, 2, 9, 3, 4, 5, 8. All right, so I think at least with this one here, I'm going to go ahead and hit the rack, so that way you can see how the spread is dramatically altered if you don't try to be consistent. So there's going to be a lot more power in this break. So one, I lose control of the cue ball. You know, easily satisfy the 3-point rule, right? With the more momentum. But let's go ahead and try to go for an 11 here. Ah! Tried to cross bank it. So that was what? A 2? 3, 6, yeah. And then we'll do the same thing with the last rack. Which basically demonstrates like why I just generally don't like to break hard. Especially if I lose control of the cue ball. So, like clearly, if I was at like my APA league matches and stuff, where we're not using some form of a template rack, I am going to break a little bit harder than what I would normally be trying to do here, because I have to try to compensate for any gaps that are going to be in the rack. But when I have all controlled conditions, then I'm also going to try to play with as much control as I can. You see what I mean? When the one ball hits the bottom rail and then heads this way. So typically that's why I wouldn't want that to happen when I hit it so hard. Can't tell if I'm either gonna make the 2 ball or none of them actually. But we're gonna try it anyway. Oh my goodness. Do I even have a shot? I don't. But that's a good shot. Oh, barely a good shot. Okay, another combination. And I'm not sure where that 4 ball is going to go. Big bounce. That'll work. See if I can just gently play this in. Oh, a little too hard. I mean, I have a shot for the 5 on the side, which is what I was going for. I just don't want my cue ball to go away from the 6 is all. Boy, lots of movement on this one. Oh, I think I hit that way too soft. Thin cut shot. Too thin. Overcut it. Okay, so that was a 7, and I barely got position on the 9. So 51. 51. Not a bad start. Not a bad start. Like I said, warm-up set. It's all about the warm-up sets. So, sorry, Persistent Wolf Billiards couldn't do it with your pattern. So let's see What am I coming back to? What's everybody talking about? Let's see here. Oh, I see we got Friday Night Lights pool stream. I think he's fairly new to the pool community. He does have a YouTube channel, as well as like Eric Pool Guy Simpson 29 has a YouTube channel. Let's see here. Russian Crush Gaming has a YouTube channel. Cue Ball Control sometimes has a YouTube channel. The intro video that y'all saw was done by Mr. Edit One that I see that's in the chat here. He also has a YouTube channel. Persistent Wolf Billiards, who gave me my first rack, he has a YouTube channel. Monique Greer, it's nice to see you in here. Ken J16. Cool, got a really nice crowd here. Let's see here. Are there any questions? Oh, y'all want to see the Predator app? I mean, I can do that. I won't be able to like show it on the stream, but I can at least like have the app out and try to tell you like how hard I'm breaking. That I can do that on the next set. I don't have a problem with that. Let's see, what else do we have here? Oh, speaking of camera, let me make sure this thing does not have autofocus on. Okay, good. It does not. It looks like everybody's talking about the heads up 8-ball match between Eric Pool Guy Simpson 29 and American Hustle the other day. That was a really good match to watch. Okay, so it looks like I'm all caught up. How's everybody doing? Anybody have any questions or anything before I move on to the next set? And as the night goes by, I'm going to start getting more and more comfortable, which means the bow tie will come off, probably start unbuttoning the shirt a little bit. Dirk Ridley, am I promoting the tuxedo cue tonight? No, I'm just dressing for the occasion. I'm playing with the tuxedo cue, so like I don't have an overcoat to wear. So I just thought it'd be kind of fun and goofy to just like just dress up using the tuxedo cue. Jared Newman, kicking over jumping. What are your opinions? It depends on the shot. Right? I mean, if it just really depends on the shot. I mean, if the jump shot for me has a higher percentage than my kick shot, I'm going to go for a jump shot. Not only for a higher percentage of being able to make the ball, but a higher percentage of being able to get position on the next ball. And if the kick shot has a higher percentage, then I'm going to do the kick shot instead. So it just really depends. Walden Big A, do I do autographs? I mean, I can give you one if you want. I mean, we live in the same area. Walden Big A is one of my APA teammates. I'm hoping to maybe get him on my channel sometime and let y'all talk to him. He's been one of my team members that I've trained from like the bottom up. So I actually got to watch him go from starting off as a 3 in APA for 8-ball, and I think he's a 6 now. After working with him for about 3 years. So like all my players basically go through something like that, all depending upon how much they actually practice on top of what I teach them. Jimmy Beasley SR, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Are you saying you're out with a broken hand at the moment? I don't have to ask what happened. I just hope that you're have a speedy recovery if you are referring to yourself. Friday Night Lights Pool Stream Epic Pool Lessons. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. It says thank you for helping us set up the multicam stream. Oh, so you were the one that I was just talking to. Okay, yeah, because right before I joined the stream, I was actually on a Facebook call, helping another streamer set up their stuff for like their streams that they do. So you are very most welcome, and thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, your left hand, Jimmy, that sucks, man. I do hope you have a speedy recovery. Revolutionary or revolution anyone. You're saying feet multiple times. What are you asking, or what are you trying to say? Eric Stewart, you need me for a coach. You've been a five after 5 years. I mean, the best thing I could say for that is, I have my YouTube videos, and the only thing I could say on top of seeing YouTube videos, I think is like is also no different than like if you were to read a book, um, or watch any other pool lesson or anything. Is making sure that if you're following anybody's instructions, it doesn't even have to be mine. I mean, you could be watching Dr. Dave's, Tor Lori's, or reading something out of a book. If you're not getting the result at which you are expecting to get, you would obviously want to hope that content creators like myself or Dr. Dave or anybody else isn't putting out false information, right? Because then we're basically leading you astray if we do that. So you would hope at least that whatever we put out as a lesson has like some sort of merit to it. So if you have faith at what you're trying to replicate off of seeing what you see on the internet, then you have to be able to just reduce the variables down as to what could you be doing wrong. And the biggest one is going to be aim. Not aiming correctly is going to be the biggest one. And then making sure that you have a straight stroke, an absolute straight stroke, and that you're not twitching to one side or the other. So that way you don't accidentally invoke some form of side spin, especially if you have a non-low deflection type shaft. Because the cue ball will most likely squirt or deflect in the opposite direction from the accidental English applied. That can obviously throw off your aim. Like, as long as you're able to reduce every variable down to, I'm just not aiming correctly, then you hopefully start to produce the results that you want. That's basically how I was able to come up with the break that I have, which is reducing every single solitary result. That's why I use the AccuRack, so that I don't have to worry about gaps in the rack or anything like that. The rack is perfect. And the other variables that are hard to reproduce is the power, where I'm actually striking the one ball. Because if I'm off just by like millimeters, I get a little bit of different results. Y'all saw how, like I said, the back ball was colliding with another ball, and sometimes the back ball would freely go up table like it's supposed to. So it just really depends. So even for a skill level 5, going back to Eric's question, if you're able to do all these things, then that's when you're really going to start noticing the difference in your game in the long run. Clearly, it's not going to happen overnight, because you have to be able to go through all the frustrations of what exactly are you doing wrong that's not causing you to get the results that you want, and that could be very frustrating. Which is also why it's helpful to have like a buddy on hand to maybe help you see what you're doing wrong, because sometimes you can't see what you're doing wrong, but maybe somebody else can. Also, all the more reason why you probably should record yourself playing, so that way you can watch the replay and see what you could possibly be doing wrong. Friday Night Lights, again with another $4.99 super chat. Would you be willing to play on my Friday Night Lights pool stream? We could do it on a Saturday night. That's a possibility. I mean, I'm not going to just say no. Everybody should know that more times than not, my answer is usually it just depends, because I'm a pretty busy guy. But I could probably try to at least work something in to at least make an appearance. Jimmy Beasley, any drills for a one for a one-handed player, since you're taking your left hand out to stay in the game? I mean, as long as that hand that you're using, you said it was your left hand that was broken, so as long as you are a right-handed player, then practicing at least where you can have the cue on the rail. So that way you're actually performing a legitimate stroke, because there's no better way to cause your muscles to stay in tune than just to make sure that you're able to hit the cue ball straight. I mean, you should still be able to do something like that. You can practice using a rake or a bridge, and start getting more and more familiar with using a bridge, because your left hand doesn't have to hold it. You just have to place it on the bridge, because to perform a legal shot, a hand has to be on the rake when you're actually taking a shot. That's another thing that you can do, so that way you can still stay in the game. Jared Newman, is there any difference between the red AccuRack and the regular blue ones? No, not that I'm aware of. I've commented before on one of my videos because someone asked about it, or actually it was my 9-ball video because someone asked about it. I really like how it contrasts with my blue felt. Is all. I haven't really noticed that much of a difference between the two. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on. I think that's enough chit chat for now. Let me reset the scoreboard, and we are going to try John Knight's rack. So let's switch over to this. And I have 152,697,384. So, and I think on this set, I'm going to try to play a little bit more conservatively, meaning that unless the shot I have on the 1 ball is like very apparent, I'm more than likely going to take ball in hand. 697. Okay, I can at least remember the middle row. 384. Okay, so we have a different pattern. So the only thing that really is going to be different are the transitions that I play from one shot to the other. Because if I'm able to at least replicate the break, then the balls are still going to end up where they're supposed to end up. So I'm hoping to see that the 6 ball, the 1 ball, and the 4 ball are down here. The 5 ball hopefully should be somewhere over here. And so let's see what happens. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Someone asked about the break speed app. So let me go ahead and get that out. Okay. So for the first break, like I said, I'm usually trying to land somewhere between 10 and 11 miles, 10 and 11 and a half miles per hour. Okay, and the 1 ball is touching the head string. Half of it's not over it, but it's touching the head string, and that was 11.18 miles per hour. So because the 1 ball is touching the head string, we've satisfied the 3-point rule since we dropped 2 balls. Now, this at least looks decent enough to where I can go for an 11. So I think that's what we're going to try. The only thing I want to make sure is that I just don't lose the 5 ball when I combo it into the 6. And since I have an angle like this, I might lose it. I was hoping to be like straight in with it. Let me see if I can just tap it in and still have a shot at it. Yeah. See, I think I lost it. Nope, never mind. We're okay. Oh, am I gonna scratch? Ah, oh, golly. What a way to start. Oh well. Like I said, 7, 8s, and 9s we're okay with. It only takes 1 11 to offset that. All right, 1. No, the middle is 6, 9, 7. 5, 2. 6, 9, 7. I think it's 3, 8, 4. Right? Yes, 3, 8, 4. Okay. Okay, so we went from 11.18. Let's see what this next one's going to be. So no collision that time, but the 1 ball didn't make it, right? So 3, 6, yep. Did not satisfy the 3-point rule. And 11.68. So I'm a little bit over what I would be expecting. Now, is that the reason why I didn't satisfy the 3-point rule? I can't say for certain. That's not enough data for me to be able to say that. But it would be one of the first things that I would want to conclude. I didn't really like that the cue ball ended up behind the 1 ball. Oops. Okay, let's try it break again. And see, that one was 13.41, but I don't have a shot at the 1 ball. We avoided all collisions. The 9 ball escaped the Accurac. So, and I have to take ball in hand on this one. So I think the only thing I want to make sure is I want to have some sort of an angle on the 2 ball, so that way I can use the side rail to get on the 3. Kind of like this. I actually don't like the position that I got. Let's see what I can do with the little high inside here. Slow down. Oh, I thought I missed that. Catch the point of the pocket incorrectly, and the ball's not going in at all. Slow down. Oh, my goodness. Cannot believe I missed that. So A7. So that puts us 3 points behind. I probably should have just drew the ball past the side pocket instead of trying to keep the cue ball above the side pocket like I did. Why do I keep forgetting what the top two are? 5-2. 6-9-7, 3-8-4. We have a collision. That's too questionable, so I'm going to say no, even though I've got a nice spread to work with. Don't want there to be any doubts. And I don't even think I checked the app. I was too concerned about making sure that I satisfied the 3-point rule first. If this is accurate, it said that was 10.87. So pretty much right where I wanted it to be. There we go. No collision. Except the 2 ball. And that was 11.73. So the 2 ball is a little tricky. And in all cases, too. Like, man. Two ball cannot go in this pocket or this pocket. I either have to try to get position for the side or the combination. Ugh. So I don't think I'm going to go for an 11 on this one, as that would be pretty dangerous. And probably could have hit that just a tad bit harder because, man. So obviously not going to go for the 2-9 combination. But because of how thin I have to cut this, the cue ball is going to fly around the table. So I'm not even sure if I'll have a shot on the 3 if I even make this. Yep, that hurt. 3, 6, 7. So that was only a 2. 697 384. So that's interesting. Considering that I know the 2 ball is going to be somewhere right around here, I wonder how often that tie-up is going to occur. Or will it even have a free shot? Okay, let's see what this next one does. Okay, no tie-up that time. And that was 10.84. So this time the 2 ball does have a free shot. So maybe that was just a fluke that it was blocked on the last rack. So we can certainly try for an 11 on this one. Yikes. Oh, I thought the 9 ball was going to stop so I can have a shot at the 3. That hurts. I mean, I'll still try to back cut it. But bridging over the 8 ball does not make this easy. Yikes! This set's not looking very good. So, which proves my point. Doesn't matter how good of a spread you have. If your cue ball control isn't where it's supposed to be, the rack can still be difficult. No, it's 5-2, not 5-3. 697 384. See, and I think because the 1 ball didn't pass the side pocket, I don't satisfy the 3-point rule. And that was 11.62. So like there's somewhat of a common theme here right now with 2 breaks that landed over 11.5. And I'm not really getting the desired result. But one thing I can't confirm is, take the same speed and change the hit on the 1 ball by like 1 millimeter, and maybe I satisfy the 3-point rule. I don't know. And that time we have a collision, and so this is most likely going to be a 0, except the 6 ball makes it down here, so we're okay. And 11.24. So similar transition from the 1 to the 2. Oh my goodness. One, two, three, four, five, six. Only 1 ball. So sorry, John. Looks like I'm not really having much luck with your pattern. And I actually am not doing what I said I was going to do. I was supposed to be taking ball in hand more often. My whole thing is that, like, I don't want to just hit 81. Like, I want to get, like, I don't know, like 85 or higher. Like that's always in the back of my mind. And it's easier to want to go for nines in competition, but for something like this, it's just so tempting to go for 11s when they're there. Okay, we had a collision, but the 1 and the 4 make it down here. So it looks like I'm going to have a 3-8 combination. See, 12.14. So you see how we keep getting an unexpected result when I don't break within the parameters at which I'm looking for. So I don't think I have a choice but to try to go for the combination. Come on, big bounce. Ah, just a little bit harder. And I'm going to scratch, aren't I? Oh, man. So I might have to actually remember this pattern because I'm getting pretty tripped up by the transitions that I have to make. Had a collision. And the 4 ball doesn't make it. If the 8 ball would have dropped, that would have been good. 10.88. So like that was like right on the money of where I think I would want the hit to be. And I just barely did not get the 3-point rule. Just barely. So you could probably say that maybe the sweet spot of the hit is probably around 11 miles an hour. Okay, no collision this time. We're going to be fine. 11.2. And then the beautiful spread. The spread that I'm basically looking for the entire night, regardless of what the pattern rack is. Except I don't like the starting transition. But we're gonna take it anyway. This time I didn't try to do anything with the cue ball. And we already saw the last time I tried to play this shot, I lost position on the 3, so we try something a little bit different. And this time we missed the 2. And I wouldn't have even gotten position on the 3 ball. So that was a 2. So John, your pattern here is brutal. Oh, not 5-3, 5-2. But now I at least, besides running out, I at least want to see that I can I score an 11 with this rack pattern? I think that would be the goal for the set now. Is can I even do that? 2 racks left to see if I can. Okay, no collision. Except the 3 ball sucks. 11.10 miles an hour. Let's see. Might have to maybe bank the 3 ball. Actually, no. I've got a transition now that I might be able to break out the 3 ball. I missed the 2 again. That time I did it though. Ah. All right, last rack. This is probably going to be my lowest score ever. But like I said, then this is going to make me want to practice with this pattern. So I can dial in as to what break is going to work, practice on the transitions that I'm making mistakes on, etc., etc. All right, last rack. $11.14. So just above 11 miles an hour seems to be the sweet spot here. So I'm just going to lift this up so I can move it. Okay, let's see if I can do an 11 on this one. All right, whew, barely got where I needed it to be. Oh, I hit that so soft. I've been trying to work so hard to figure out how to get the cue ball to come as close to the side pocket as I can as I drift up table. Just haven't quite figured it out yet. And I overcut the ball. Ugh, man, that was a tough one. Was that a 40? Looks like it. So that one was a 40. So sorry about that one, John. And now it's time to get a little bit more comfortable because this is really choking up on my neck. But like I said, at the very least, I always hope that everybody at least learns something from what I demonstrate live. And so now y'all should know beyond a shadow of a doubt that a consistent spread is possible regardless of what the pattern is. It's just that the pattern of the rack changes the outcome of the layout, and therefore it can give you transitions that you're just not used to, which is the main reason why I like you guys and gals coming up with patterns for me to try. Because then it allows me to see like basically where my weaknesses are, so that way I can work on these types of transitions. Is someone asking about 9-ball breaking? Let me see if I can find the question. So Dusty Tables. Let me go get my phone so you can see what I'm talking about. Predator has a phone app that allows that is able to measure the speed of your brake. So like the last brake that I did was 11.14 miles an hour. And the way it works, or at least the way I think it works, is y'all saw that I have the phone right next to me when I brake. So it can hear the sound of when the tip of my cue hits the cue ball. And then it hears the sound of the brake, because you do have to enter in parameters like where are you braking from, how big is your table, et cetera, et cetera. So when it takes into account these two distinct sounds that it hears and the delay it takes to actually for it to record those sounds, then it's able to approximate a calculation of how hard you actually broke. And I would have to say it's fairly accurate. Let's see here. Don't really see any questions. Eric Pool Guy Simpson 29. Be prepared to pay about. I paid $5 American or like $4.99 for the app. I think like it was a couple of bucks. So I'm not sure like what the cost of it would be in Canadian dollars. D. Rick, what's the reason for breaking so soft? Is because I'm able to predict where all 9 balls are going to be, and I have an idea of what my layout's going to be. Hey, we got my buddy Bryant from Corner 4 Billiards. He has a YouTube channel everybody should check out. Matt 303, am I still using Predator Chalk? At the moment, no. There was a point in time where I wanted to try to switch because the Predator Chalk leaves a lot of residue on the cue ball. And when I was actually playing in Bang Time Pool's virtual tournament, there were a lot of shots that I ended up missing due to skid between the cue ball and the object ball. And that is when one of those chalk residue spots that's on the cue ball, when it revolves at the right moment, and that chalk spot is right at the contact spot between the cue ball and the object ball is going to skid. Therefore, it's not going to immediately start rolling, and it kind of like throws the shot off. Sometimes the shot would still go in, sometimes it wouldn't, but then also my cue ball wouldn't behave either. So after doing that a number of times, crucial number of times, I decided I wanted to try different pieces of chalk to see which one was cleaner. And like The Billiard Corner, that's a good YouTube channel. Everybody should try to follow. And Dr. Dave, they both of those YouTube channels did some chalk comparisons. And one of the ones that I saw that was rather consistent between both of the comparisons was the Teom Pyro, which is what I'm using right now. I also have somewhere over here uh, the Kamui chalks. Yeah, one of them is the 0.98, and the other one is the Roku. And I'm eventually gonna do like just my own version of chalk comparison between the three that I have. Because like the Billiard Corner, he actually bought like a variety of different kinds, and did a bunch of comparisons with them. So I was gonna do something rather similar, with at least the three that I have, or actually the four, because I have the Kamui 98, the Roku, the Teom, and I have Predator chalk. So I'll do like some sort of eventually do some sort of comparison between all four of them. But the comparison is mainly going to focus on how much residue is left on the cue ball, because I know like some people want to know like, well, how many times can I shoot with this chalk before I have to chalk again? Um, sure, that's a great test to do, but I mean, at the very least, you should practically be chalking up almost in between every single solitary shot. So that's probably not going to be one of the parameters that I test when I make that video. Oh, fun with nine ball is going to be getting a new 9 foot legacy table. That's awesome. What are you going to do with the old one? Oh, really, Mark? The 9.8 is a mess. Okay, so like that'll be something that I'll be looking for when I try it out. Schwalb Stewart ditching tie will be an extra 22 points for sure. I mean, I don't feel all choked up now, so like I can shoot a little bit more relaxed. So we'll see if that actually has some merit. That's actually kind of funny. Oh, so Scooper JS, I think you meant to say D Rick when you were talking about my 9 ball breaking video that I just posted, because D Rick wants to know what's the reason for me breaking so soft, and there is a specific reason, and that's because I've been able to determine where all 9 balls are going to go on the break, provided that I do everything according to what I've been able to determine. I have my most recent published video demonstrates and explains all of that. What tip shapers do I use? I don't really use them anymore. I have I have a Q lathe. I don't know if I can spin this around enough. So I have a Q lathe here. And because I'm very much of a finesse player and I break with a breaking cue that has a phenolic tip, my playing tip doesn't really need a whole lot of shaping as time goes by. It usually takes quite a while, and I need to like exaggerate when I really do say quite a while before I even have to consider shaping the tip. But I mean, just to really answer your question, like when I do have anything on the lathe, including my own cues, I have this shaper here, and then I also have uh, this guy. Y'all should be familiar with this. It's got a scuffing side and a shaping side, and I think one end comes off so that way you can get a tapper to poke some holes in the tip. And I also have this guy So both one side's a tapper and the other side's for shaping and scuffing. So I've got quite a lot, but then usually what I'll do is just put the shaft on the cube lathe and literally use a razor blade because I've got a shaping guide on my lathe, and just use a razor blade to kind of just flow along the guide to cut the tip to be like a penny, nickel, or a dime shape. Friday Night Lights pool stream. Thank you again for the $4.99 super chat. Do you have any sponsors, and do you have a mentor to shout out? Let me double check to see if my discount code still works. The short answer is no, I don't have any sponsors. But give me just a second. Cool. So my discount code still works. If you go to kickshotpoolgear.com, I will put that in the chat, and I'll also add it to the description of the video since I am mentioning them. Let me do this. They did sponsor my last live stream, so you can go to this website here and use the discount code LilChris10, LILCHRIS, and then the 10. Like I said, I'll put this in the description box of the stream after the stream is over, and then you can get 10% off of your purchase. And as far as my mentor is concerned, check out my Pool Talk video, episode 2. That's where I actually interview the guy that taught me everything that I know, or at least gave me my foundation of what I know, and then everything that I've been able to learn after that. His name is Wayne. Santos Raj, a fan from India. Thank you so much for stopping by the stream. It's got to be pretty late over there. I think it's like, or actually, no, never mind. It's probably early in the morning. It's probably like 9 or 9:30 in the morning where you're at. Okay. Let's set up for the next set. And this time we're going to be using Scooper JS's pattern. 147 598 632. You can always be thankful when the 2 is in the back of the rack, because then that means I can usually try to get the 2 to end up at that end of the table with the 1 ball. All right, 147. You know the 2 is going in the back. 598 632. Okay, so down the left is actually 456. Okay, I think I can remember this pattern. All right. So just like before, watch the spreads. See the transitions that I'm probably going to have to do. If everything goes according to the plan, the 1 and the 2 will be down here, as well as the 5. The 2 to the 3 might end up being a tricky transition because the 3 ball should stay up there, unless it gets kicked by the 2 ball. Like that. So that actually doesn't satisfy the 3-point rule. So, and the one thing we're not going to do is we're not going to start a set off with a 0. So, like if I don't satisfy the 3-point rule, I'm just gonna keep going. I'm not going to move to rack 2 is what I meant. I'll just keep on breaking until I have something. But if I get zeros like somewhere in the middle of the set, then those I'll take. So 3, 6, 7. 2 balls fell and the 1 ball crossed over. So we're good there. I did scratch. There's no penalty for scratching. That just means I have to take ball in hand, and all I could score is a 9 on this one. So let's see. What do I want to do? My neck feels so much comfortable with the top button being open. Okay. That's a much better start in comparison. Oh, why am I not going to remember this? 4, 7. 5, 9, 8. 6, 3, 2. Okay, we had a collision that time, but it looks like the 7 ball's making its way down here, and the 3 ball drop, so we're good. Just that we have to take ball in hand on this one too, because we can't see the 1 ball. Everything looks fairly decent. Oh, okay. That's one of those ones where, like, as soon as you hit it, you feel like you missed it. Let's see here. Ah! Probably shouldn't have put any spin on that ball. Oops, not there. That's a 0. This is a 7. Actually, I don't think the spin did anything. I think it just flat out missed that shot. Worrying about getting up here for the 9 ball when I should have just made the ball and then deal with whatever I get. Is it 4-7? Yeah, okay. 4, 5, 6. Okay. A little collision that time, but nothing too terrible. Satisfied the 3-point rule. Everything looks nice out in the open. 7 ball could be a little bit of an issue. Let's try for an 11. Still thinking about that 7 ball. I'm gonna scratch. I was hoping I'd hit right here. Oh man. Talk about unfortunate. I guess when I I guess when I marked the 7 earlier, I was predicting the future. I could see into the future. But these are still good scores, as I've explained before. No, it's 4. There we go. Wait, why am I forgetting what the rack is? Okay. That's got me concerned. Can someone tell me, have I been following the pattern, the last 2 racks? Were my last 2 racks racked correctly? Okay, I mean, I guess I'm gonna assume that they were. The idea would be is like if I ran a rack with a with the incorrect pattern, I wouldn't want to count it. Okay, that's a good break. Can try to go for an 11 on this one. Yikes! This hurts. This really hurts. I was supposed to come all the way around the ball. Yeah, that one hurt. Man! My first thought was to play that 1 ball with top left spin and not come anywhere near the 2 ball, and I actually should have just went with that. But then I second guessed myself and just tried to allow the cue ball to go around the 2 ball. Okay, can't complain when you make 3 balls on the break. As y'all can see, the difficult transition is going to be from the 6 to the 7 and then to the 9. Especially if I get stuck on the rail. Ah. Oops. It's twice I've dropped. Come here. One thing I can say about rounded chalk is because since I have a ball return table, I have dropped this in the table before, and it just rolled all the way back down down the ball return. I was lucky that it didn't land on the flat side. Just don't scratch. I've already done that enough tonight. And this time I hit it too hard. Earlier I was saying before about how I want to try to get to the side rail. So that way I can shoot the 9 in the corner. This time I try to just come all the way up. And this is what I usually risk when I do that, is hitting the ball too hard. I have to settle for a shot like this. There we go. So that's what, my second 11 that I've gotten tonight? Starting to dial in the breaks, so that's a good thing. Hopefully I can keep that up. Oh, if that 3 ball would have just fell, that would have been great. All right, we're starting to get maybe to the point to where I just need to make sure I satisfy the 3-point rule. Not quite there yet, though. Okay, that's a good break. The only problem really is the 3-6 combination that we have here, because that's what I'm going to set up for. As I try to go for another 11. Oh, that would have been nice if I would have at least tapped the 3 ball. Oh, come on. That was just not necessary. I don't even think I can jump this. I'd be landing right on top of the ball if I did that. Right here, and I could still possibly scratch. I think I have to go for the kick shot. At least I got a good hit out of it. It's a 6. Oh, our score's better than last time, that's for certain. What can I still get? On stream, I have what? My personal best is a 77 on stream. That's the only one we're really going by, because off stream I have a 79, but there's only one person that's seen it. So I wouldn't really necessarily say that it counts. See, and I made 2 balls on the break. but this guy doesn't make it. So you can use my struggles here for y'all's learning experience as to, what to try not to do. Because even at the end of the day, we've had players that try to do what I just did there, and they still don't satisfy the three-point rule just because you hit harder. Just because you hit harder does not mean you're going to satisfy the three-point rule. I mean, the probability at least increases. Oh, come on. I thought I hit that straighter. So this should show y'all that my cue ball control is actually not really on par tonight. How many times have I had to jump and then I had a kick shot and a bank shot? I really shouldn't be doing these types of things if my cue ball control was where it was supposed to be. But I am always happy if I'm able to do that for y'all on a live stream. That's despite if I even run the table. Just to be able to do stuff like that every now and again on a live stream is rather fulfilling. Yuck. Ah. But like I said, I had that jump shot. So that's a 5. 47 so far. Okay. Ah, 3 ball. You look a little tricky. Whoa. Whoa. Come on. Just enough. That felt a little awkward. Can't really describe like how that shot felt. Oh, my goodness. Ah! 52. Maybe we can get a 63. I think I'm pretty much in the rhythm now of just completing every set instead of just ending them real quick. Ah, but the one ball doesn't make it. So I definitely think on the next set we are going to hit a little bit harder. Because I cannot keep this up if I'm not going to be able to at least start the racks off. And it's always great because in practice, everything goes according to plan. But as soon as you turn the camera on, it's a whole different ball game. All right, we got it that time. And again, the 3-ball's tricky. Yikes. So 3, 6, and actually that's it. That was only a 1. So a 53. A slight improvement. Not much of an improvement, but a slight improvement. So sorry about that, Scooper. Wish I could have done better for you. Next up, we'll have Josh, Beard Kings, pattern up. What am I coming back to? Jared Newman, 3 balls on the break satisfies the 3-point rule. You have to do a combination of either making balls or getting balls to touch the head string. So you can get 3 balls to touch the head string, you're fine. You can make a ball on the break and get 2, and you'd be fine. Make 2 on the break and get 1 to touch, you'd be fine. Or make 3 on the break. Those are all the different ways you can satisfy the 3-point rule. Let's see here. Dusty Table, I do the same thing with being able to shoot both left and right-handed, whether and especially if you're either going to jump or you have to use the rake. I actually have a video where I go through 4 racks of 9 balls, switching hands. I shoot one rack with my dominant hand, then the second rack I switch to just using my left hand. Then on the third rack, I start with my right hand and then alternate every shot. And then on the fourth rack, I start with my left hand. I break with my left hand and then alternate every shot. Shrap Stewart, thanks for stopping by, bud. I really do appreciate it. Ron Johnson, how's it going, man? You just caught me after finishing my 3rd set. So far, it just has not been a good night for me. I'm not even coming anywhere close to achieving my goal tonight. On the snap, what is the best run that I've done in this format? On stream is a 77. Off stream is a 79, and Tally of Cali Nightlife and Dad Life can verify that. But since I don't have like it on stream somewhere, I don't really like advertise that. And then the other day on Bang Time Pool's YouTube channel, in a heads up match that I had with Danny G, one of Roopster 760's buddies, I was able to put up a 71 during competition, which is currently the high score in that type of setting. In this type of setting here, where it's just me just shooting balls around, the highest I've done so far is a 77. And so, what I mean by Tally of Cali, Nightlife, and Dad Life being my witness is because the pool community here, we actually have a Discord server. Somewhere in the description box of this live stream should be a link to that Discord server if anybody wants to join. If you have a smartphone and a pool table at the house, you just figure out how to set up your phone on a tripod or something and point it at your table, and you can play pool with us online. We do scrimmages against each other. We just randomly play against one another. It's really a lot of fun. On the snap, how about RDS 100? My personal best, because I haven't submitted one yet, so I can make up any number, right? But legitimately, like my personal best is an 84. I haven't submitted a number yet because I'm trying to score 93 or higher, because 93 is the current record um, held by Dr. Dave. And actually, I almost forgot. Eric, what has my personal best been? Is it 78? Has that been the highest for the RDS challenge? I think at least I can say on stream, because Eric Pool Guy Simpson 29 has hosted some RDS live streams, and I've participated on that. And I think the highest that I scored was a 78. And Tally of Cali, Nightlife, and Dad Life also scored a 78 on the same stream. John Walsh, did I win the bonus $50 for beating my own record? No, because that wasn't on the line. The $50 bonus was only during the virtual tournament, the third version of the virtual tournament, and then I had the extra incentive of scoring I think I said what did I say, a 71 or something, like a 69 got them $50, but a 71 or higher, I think, got them $100. But no one was able to beat it. I think there were two people that got close, and they were able to score a 67. Oh, Densat TV. This is a new guy to the pool community. I think he has a YouTube channel and has been publishing some content. So be sure to go and check out his YouTube channel. I did forget to mention that On the Snap, I think, also has a YouTube channel. Has been posting some content. Roopster 760, who's usually the first person to like and comment on any new video that I publish. Sometimes he slacks though, but he has a YouTube channel as well. So anybody that you ever hear me mention in here that has YouTube channels, be sure to go check them out. Santos Raj, you're asking how long it takes to master 8-ball pool, and today is my exam in physics. I mean, it can take a lifetime. I mean, I can say that like I've mastered the break, because if I do everything correctly, I know where all 9 balls are going to be. But that doesn't mean I get to put up like these monster numbers, because one, I don't reliably produce the same break over and over again, and I don't reliably run out over and over again either, because I'm human, and that's just the way it goes. Akram Al Najjar. I hope I pronounced that right. The scoring system is basically every ball is worth a point. And if I don't take ball in hand after the break, then if I run the whole table, I can score a bonus 2 points by scoring an 11. If I take ball in hand, then I can only score up to 9 points. If I don't run the table, then I only score whatever balls that I pocket. That's basically the gist of what type of scores you're going to see from me. There are other types of scores you can get in this game, but you're more than likely not going to see them with the way that I play. John Walsh, I think because I haven't really seen you in the Discord. So there's basically like a welcoming that you have to go through, and that is to let the community know if you post content on like YouTube or Facebook. Like if you're a content creator, there's a welcome channel that you basically click some emoticons to tell the community like what platforms you post your content on, and then you just have to click a green check mark that you understand like our community guidelines for when you're in the Discord. After that, it's just a matter on just posting a message to see if anybody's online, and then we jump into a video chat room or something, and then turn on the cameras and just start playing. Okay, so we're gonna move on. We're gonna try Josh Beard King's rack. So let me blink out the score. And like I said, I think at least on this one, I'm going to try to focus more on satisfying the 3-point rule. So this is 187-695-432. 69543. This pattern sounds familiar. I think I've done this pattern before. 187-695-432. Right, 187-695-432. Yes, I think I've done this pattern before. All right, so we're going to be breaking a little bit harder than normal, so I'm not entirely sure how many 11s I might be able to go for on this one, but let's find out. Especially if the 4-ball ties up the way that it does. Because it doesn't even go here into the corner pocket. Now, I might be able to break it out maybe with the 2-ball. I'm actually at a perfect angle to be able to try an 11. So I think that's what I'm going to go for. So the only thing I worry about when I go for this breakout is having a shot at the 3-ball. Okay, so that worked. I just need to focus on making this 3-ball. Oh, man. I'm on the wrong side of the 4-ball. So I think I have to try to draw back a little bit and take a super thin cut shot on the 6. That's all I can hope for on that one. Like that was the best I can do there, all things considered. Maybe I can make the 8. I just don't know if I can billiard the cue ball correctly enough to knock the 8 in. Ugh. Give me a shot at least. Come on. Whew. Now, I'm going to call this just in case this does happen, because I am going to try to back cut that 7 ball into the corner pocket. You've already seen me do some ridiculous cut shots. There is the possibility that I might drop that 9. If I do that in this shot here, I can actually score a 10. Because the drop in the 9 ball early is considered 2 points. Just don't scratch. Give me a shot at it at least. That way I can at least say that I did something. Whew. Oh my goodness. Oh, I overcut it. Man, that would have been a well worth 11 after all that nonsense. That whole rack was basically a highlight. And I overcut the ball. So, as I said, if we put priority on satisfying the 3-point rule, then chances are we might end up with some clutters. Just like how you saw that the 4 ball was cluttered up. Eight, 7, 6, 9, 5, 4, 3, 2. Yes. Made 2 balls on the break, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, made 2 balls on the break. Heck, we'll go for it. Should be able to avoid scratching in the side pocket. Oh my gosh, did I baby that ball? And I thought I was hooked, but I'm okay. Yeah. that'll work. Okay. Man, it feels like forever since I've done that. So this is an example of what I'm talking about, that an 11 offsets any 7s or 8s, right? Because now I'm 1 point ahead. And I don't know if y'all picked up on this yet or not. I'm actually trying to make the 1 ball into the side pocket. So I'm basically trying to drop 2 balls on the break and hope that the 2 ball or the 6 ball make their way down here to satisfy the 3-point rule. Kind of like that. And if the 8 ball wasn't there, I would go for an 11 here. I mean, I could still go for an 11. It's just super risky because I would cut the 8 ball into the pocket. 2 ball goes this way, and I'm just not entirely sure what type of shot I'd end up having. So I am going to take ball in hand on this one. I think that's just the safer bet. 4 to the 7 becomes tricky. I got to make sure I get fairly straight on the 7. I mean, on the 4 ball when I play this. So that way I can draw back down here for the 6. I don't want to get too straight because the side rail will push the cue ball out as I draw this back. Just don't get hooked behind the 7. Come on, please. I think I did get hooked. Yep, I did. And it's right in the middle of the table. Right in the middle of the table. Oh, geez, I missed that by a mile. I kept adjusting just to make sure that I wouldn't fall short, and I way over adjusted. So ideally, when the 2 ball's in the back of the rack, or when the 2 ball is where the 6 ball is at, I can pretty much try to gamble with making the 1 ball in the side pocket as well, because the 2 ball should be down here somewhere. See what I mean? 2 ball came just a little too far. So we will take ball in hand on this one. on, don't get hooked behind the 9. I swear I hit you hard enough on that one. Friendly little bump from the 8 ball. No complaints there. That was easier to get down here this time. Tried to cheat the pocket a little bit just to try to get closer to the 7. Didn't really have much luck with that. And I think I hit that one too soft. It's always that shot of coming down table and coming back up table to where, like, you know, to guess the power just right to land perfectly. And I overcut the ball. And I thought I even adjusted one little bit to make sure that I was possibly undercutting the ball, and I still end up overcutting the ball. Was that an 8? So 4 points behind. So I can try to offset that with 2 11s, and then be right back on pace. But one thing I can ask y'all is, I mean, what do y'all think about the rack predictions? Right, you know how I'm, at least on this one here, I can purposely say that I'm trying to make the 1 ball and the 5 ball at the same time because I know where the 2 ball is going to be, and I've already shown you the other rack to where if I try to get the 1 ball to miss, so that way I can get position on it. Right, it's basically 4 different ways you can try to break the 9 ball rack that I've at least demonstrated. All really just depending on your knowledge that you have on where the balls are going to go. So this worked out. You can try to go for an 11 here. The transition from the 4 to the 6 isn't that bad this time. Oh, crap. Unless I do something like that. I think I'm hooked. No, maybe not. Maybe not. It's one of those shots when you're down and you're looking at the ball and you're looking at your aim, and it looks like the edge of the cue ball is going to touch the 7 ball, but then if you can focus long enough, you can actually see that it's not. Oh, I don't like this long shot, but nothing else I could have done with that. Whew. That was the tester shot. There we go. Now if I can just get one more, I'll be back on pace. Yep, because I'm only 2 points behind now. Jim, if you're in there, bang time pool wasn't a 43. That's what I was able to put up during the exhibition match, wasn't it? For 5 racks. I think that's what I got. Okay, here we go. What can I say? I think this is a highlight. I just hope I don't screw up. I was actually hoping to come around it so I can shoot the 4 in this corner, but obviously this works because I didn't get the greatest of positions on the 2 ball. Whew. I am so glad I did not screw that one up after having that gorgeous break. All right, now we're back on pace. Oh, what should the priority be, right? This is where my ego comes into play. Like, should I safely try to just go for 9s and just take my 81? Or really try to go for some glory and get a high number, or a higher number? Like I said, this is where I have to not let my ego get in the way of a goal, but we'll see what happens. It's always nice to still try to get maybe another 11. That way I have a 2-point buffer. But let's see what happens. Kind of like this, right? So if my ego got in the way, I would be shooting the 2 ball from here. But let's try to play it a little safe. Because we're right on the cusp. Just need to not screw up. Why do you have to get straight in? Oh, my goodness. I should have just made it. I wanted this position right here, and then I'm perfect. Ah. So that's a 6. What does that do? What does that do? What does that do? That means I have to get an 11 and a 9. Okay, right? No, that gives me an 80 if I do that. 11 and a 9 gives me an 80. I have to do 2 11s. Oh, my goodness. I mean, I might be able to beat my streamed 77 and then my off-stream 79. Might be able to do that. Golly, I should have just made the 7 ball and then flared the cue ball with the 8. Because the angle that I would have had on the 8 ball takes my cue ball down table. And I don't think I would have risked just like slow rolling it and having a thin cut shot on the 9. I would still try to get position on the 9 if I would have just made the 7 ball. Now, how do you do that? Look at, what is this? Like, how do you do that? And I don't even satisfy the 3-point rule. Look at the layout. It's like I broke and then it quickly became a drill. All right, come on. No 0. No 0. And I take a 0. Golly. You've got to be kidding me. And see, that's what I meant. Like, look at that, right? It doesn't matter how hard you break, even if you stay in control, et cetera, et cetera. Like, just something can like, if something is going to go wrong, it's just clearly going to go wrong. Oh, man. Sorry, Josh. Almost had it with your pattern. So we'll probably try the same strategy with the next pattern. Like, that's all I really had to do. Like, why couldn't that happen on the last rack? Like, seriously. Why? Oh, that's so annoying. Just wanted to go for an 11 just to try to finish it off. 3, 6. Made 3 on the break. That's a bummer. 63. So far we topped out with a 63. Not bad. Not bad. And I think I saw that Eric had already left. So because his pattern is next. Jimmy Beasley, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I'm glad you appreciate at least some of the runs that I had in there. Jared, I have one more pattern rack, and then after that, I'm gonna do my crap. It's actually super early. I might keep at this for a while. because my last stream was like 5 hours, and I finally ended with the personal best. I might end up requesting some more pattern recs, but what I did last time was after I finished five chosen pattern recs by the viewers, I did my preferred pattern rack, which is 136 794 582. And after that, depending upon how I feel and the momentum and blah blah blah, maybe we'll do some more with some viewer racks. But after a set like that, I definitely want to take a small break. But we will most likely try the same exact strategy with Eric Pool Guy Simpson's 29's pattern. We'll try to make the one in the side and the wing ball, and then get either the back ball or the right wing ball to work its way down table. And Eric's rack does have the two ball at the back, so the same strategy can work to where I might be able to still go for 11s on that one. Big Tex Nick. You enjoy my channel, especially my match playbacks. What's your best ever money tournament result? I actually talk about that in one of my Pool Talk videos. It's the very first video called Pool Talk, episode 1, and that's where I interview myself. I kind of want to say go watch that video instead of instead of telling the story. That way, that video gets a view. But it does talk about one of my most memorable tournament winnings. And actually, it's the highest purse that I've ever taken in a tournament. I've never won. Simple answer is I've never won a tournament where like the prize pot was like thousands of dollars. I've only won like a couple hundred here and there, depending upon how many players were in it. But if you go check out that video, Pool Talk episode 1, interviewing Lil Chris, you'll hear me talk about that story that I had. This was that tournament. Oh my gosh, that tournament was like probably 15 plus years ago when I scored in that tournament. Am I bang time pool? Am I Tom Cruise with this getup? I need to have a shirt that has my name across the chest, like how he had Vincent in the Color of Money. So I need to have a shirt that says Lil Chris. You know what, Timsy? I'll go ahead and copy down your pattern. Like I said, after Eric's, I'm still going to do my pattern, and then depending upon the time, I might run your pattern. You can already see that the 2 ball will bank to the cross-side pocket. I'm assuming the 9's in the middle since you left it out. 3, 9, 7. So the 7 ball will be falling into the corner pocket. The 6 ball is what will bank down table. Yeah. Okay, that's possibly a pattern that I can try. Let's see. Let me scroll up and see if I missed anything. So it doesn't look like it. Looks like everybody was impressed when I made like 4 or 5 balls on the break. Densat TV, you are asking what's my best score on this, and like I said, on my last stream, I did do a 77, but then off stream in our community Discord server, I did do a 79, and where is he at? AJ, where are you at? Tally of Cali Nightlife and Dad Life witnessed that run, but since I don't have a stream of it, I say that it doesn't count. And then in Bang Time Pool's competition format, because I did play in an exhibition match the other day, and I scored a 71 in that format, where the previous record on his stream was 68, held by myself. So I beat that with a 71. So now in competition on Bangtime Pool's YouTube channel, the highest score in this format is a 71, held by me. Yeah, and Tim Z, he does have a quick video that he has on his YouTube channel where he does score a 78. It's sped up rapidly. I think the video is like less than 3 minutes long. And basically, what happened was he put up that 78. He put it up in our Discord server, and then I came into my garage that same night and then put up a 79. Like I said, I just don't have a recording of it, but I do have a witness for it. And like Tally said, I just had my this white T-shirt underneath and some sweatpants, and I think I was walking around barefoot, if I remember correctly. Okay, let's give this a try again. We're going to use Eric Pool Guy Simpson's 29's format, and that's 143-796-582. So because the 2 balls in the back of the rack, we can certainly try to make the 1 and the wing ball again and try to get the 2 ball down here to the corner pocket. That way, hopefully, we satisfy the 3-point rule, or at least we increase the probability of satisfying the 3-point rule. I would have to say that if I ever start making attempts at a 99, I'm going to have to try to really, really dial in the break that I'm normally going for, and that's not to have the 1 ball fall and play position on the 1 ball. But in efforts of trying to achieve tonight's goal, like I said, considering where the 2 ball's at, we will try a different strategy. Here we go. Boy, these breaks are lovely if I can just have the cue ball land in the center of the table, huh? Man. Let's see here. Oh, how do I not hit that hard enough? Like, seriously, how do I not hit that hard enough? Oh, that sucks. I can't even back cut this. I can probably back bank it. I think that'd be another highlight shot. Golly, I cannot believe I didn't hit that hard enough. But we are going to try to back bank it, and maybe if we're lucky, we'll also drop the 7 ball. I love it when I call a shot like that. Come on. That's another highlight. Here's where I screw up. Oh, my goodness. I don't care. That satisfies my night. Getting it out like that. I wish it was an 11. I certainly wish it was an 11. But that rack just made my night. Calling the back bank, and then even calling possibly making the 7 ball, and then of course executing it. That's it. That just made my night. I think the cherry on top of the ice cream or the icing would have been if it was an 11. Whoo! Now the rest of the racks are just going to be terrible. that just took everything out of me. All right, no big deal. No big deal. Make sure the 5 goes by the 9, and it does. This is me being stupid because I didn't think about where the cue ball would be. But somebody asked about using the rake or shooting opposite-handed. Don't ruin the 5 ball. Okay. So yeah, you got to see me shoot left hand. I mean, I've done it on multiple occasions, shooting with my offhand. That's not the first time I've done that. But for any first-time viewers that have seen me do that. All right, I think this is the best start we've had. 2 9s. Not a 0. Wait a minute. There we go. But when I shot the 1 to the 2, like that's a classic example of just not thinking far enough ahead. I should have made sure I knew exactly where I wanted the cue ball to be in order to still play the 2 ball into the corner pocket, not really thinking about, oh, I can't reach this with my right hand and having to shoot it with my left hand or grabbing the bridge, one or the other. I should have put a little bit more thought into that shot instead of doing what I did. And I'm certain everybody else has done something very, very similar to something like that. I mean, simply put, it's like taking a shot for granted and not realizing what you're about to leave yourself with. But then at the end of the day, as long as you're able to recover from it, good. But you don't always want to do stuff like that because it ends up becoming a harder shot than it should be. Get down here, 8-ball. There we go. There's another example of, being able to make 2 balls on the break and not satisfy the 3-point rule, which sucks. And now the most difficult transition looks like it's going to be from the 8 to the 9. I think everything else looks rather casual. Unless I do something stupid like that. Whew. Yep, my cue ball's gonna roll. Don't necessarily want to do this. Oh, thought I undercut the shot. Okay. Ideally, you don't want to shoot the 8-ball the way that I did there because you saw how I easily misjudged how hard to draw the ball straight back. I definitely would want to be able to use the side rail better. That way I can try to maybe bring the cue ball over here in this area and shoot the 9-ball in this corner instead. Because I feel like I have more control that way than trying to do just a straight drawback. I don't think I'm ever going to remember this pattern. 796 582. Oh, why couldn't the 7-ball like bump the 2-ball a little bit more? Because then I could have gone for an 11. See, this is the same thing. I didn't hit it hard enough, and I'm a little straight, so I have to just draw straight back for position on the 4. Not like it's a big deal, but I'd rather be like right here, shoot the 3 in, hit the rail, and then just spin back this way. That it's a lot easier to control doing that than what I'm about to do here. Right? Not like there's anything wrong with that, but when you weigh out percentages, cutting it in and using the side rail just has a higher percentage. You have to bridge over the 8. Yep. Oh gosh, I really have to bridge over the 8. Now here's where things can go terribly wrong if I'm not careful. So we are going to try to use a little bit of side spin with this, just a little. Get around the 9 at least. Okay. I'd rather have that than the cue ball just be stuck on the top rail because that's where it was going anyway. At least with this, I can do something. I overcut it. As soon as I hit it, I made one last adjustment. Okay, so the first bad rack is a 6. 3 points behind. I got to sneak in an 11 in there now. The heck? 4-3. All right. Yes. Okay. Oh, stay up. Don't want to have to chase after you. Okay. Let's see if we can sneak 2 11s in here to offset that 6. Go in 4. That satisfies the 3-point rule. Look at the 7 ball, though, right? 7 ball's no good. Question is when do I move it? Now? Or maybe with the 3 ball? I think I have to try to move it now and hope that I get a shot on the 3. So I think the 7 at least goes in the side now. Just got to be careful here. I don't get hooked behind the 9. Well, 7 definitely at least goes in the corner. I didn't notice that until now. Oh, I hit it. Oh, it's still winning. I thought I missed it. Clearly thought I missed that one. And I love doing racks like that for y'all. Showing that there's an issue with the rack and then figuring out how to solve it as best as I can. A little bit of luck combined with a little bit of skill. Because I can't say that I was guaranteed to have position on that 3 ball the way that I did. But the goal was to free up the 7 ball, and that I at least did. Sooner or later, I'm going to actually have a trend where I actually start off good and actually stay good throughout the stream, right? Because I think everybody that's been following me with my live streams, I start off mediocre and then have some up and downs, and then I start to really come alive at the end. And I'd like to have all that energy at the beginning too, and just hold it. Wait, did I even write down the score? Yes, I did. Okay. Got sidetracked. Okay, we didn't make the 1 that time, but we satisfied the 3-point rule. Oh, and if that 5 ball wasn't there. 5 ball is just enough to be in the way. Just enough. Oh, felt like a poke stroke on that one. Ugh. Okay, now at least on this one, I have to make sure that I draw enough to where like my cut angle doesn't cause me to run into the 9 ball. So it's not like I want to play a stop shot here. I do need the cue ball to move. Oh my gosh. Wow. So that one I was trying to draw back for the same reason of being able to use the side rail because now I'm straight in. And that's what I risk. So much for that. Let's see here. I have to get 3 11s. Wow. All right, 582. Yes. I have to get 3 11s on this one if I want to do it. There's the It doesn't matter what I don't think it really matters like what chalk you use. If you miscue on the cue ball, there's going to be residue on the cue ball. Okay. 2 balls on the break. Like I said, we are going to go for an 11 on this one. We are going to still try to get our 81. Oh, garbage. I didn't think the 9 ball was going to interfere at that much. Yuck. How on earth do I get position for the 7? Like, seriously. Let's go ahead and get this out of the way because I think I have to do something funky. Way off. Way off on that one. That pretty much seals the deal. But let's go ahead and finish it. Let's go ahead and finish it. But nothing tops that first rack that I had this set, that first 9, and how I was able to get it, in my opinion. I end up highlighting that entire rack for this stream. Okay, good. 4-ball made it. As you can see, I've kind of switched back to my normal breaking. So we are going to go ahead and try to finish this off with an 11. So we are going to just try to open with the bank shot. Yuck. Lots of stuff can get in my way. Let's see here. Get around. There we go. Come on. Check the stroke. Didn't really commit to the shot. Whew. Okay. Like I said, that first rack was just gorgeous, and then to finish off with an 11 by doing an opening. Wait, am I on rack 8? What did I score on rack 8? Does anybody remember? Because now I'm lost. I thought that was the last rack. Somebody verify. Well, I'm not done. I see some of the chats too. I'm not done. I'm in a real good mood now after that first rack. But what did I do on rack 8? Or was that rack 8? That was rack 8? Really? Give me someone else verify, please. I got one that says that was rack 8. Oh, never mind. Holy crap, I got one more. Right? Is that the is 7 was a 5? That was rack. Okay. Never mind. I've got one more. I'll try to give you one more this set. So I can end with a 75 if I put up another 11. Is it 796 or 697? Yeah, 796. I don't know why I thought that was the. I don't know why I thought that was the last rack. So never mind. That was still a good rack then. I thought it was the last rack, and I just went ahead and banked the one ball just because. Now the breaks are somewhat starting to behave. Let's see if I can do another 11. 3 ball's kind of tricky. Might have to play a 3-7 combination. All right, I don't see anything else I can do with this. Yeah, I think the combo is the right play. Don't get on the rail though, because now it's a back cut combo. Just waiting for it. Something's gonna happen. Okay, so that finishes it with 3. Okay, 67. Now we're starting to at least hit my normal average. 67. Ugh. Whew. That was fun. Like I said, now we're gonna do my rack. But let's talk to everybody. Jimmy Beasley SR, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Let's see, for your awesome help, your student from Terre Haute, Indiana. Did I pronounce that right? Hot. Oh, let's see here. What do we got? Actually, seeing a couple of new people in here. This is awesome. Well, I'm glad I found this comment. So I'm going to say happy birthday, Monique Greer. At least not until tomorrow, but I can tell you right now. Everybody, spam. Go ahead and spam the chat and tell Monique Greer happy birthday. Yeah, and my bow tie lasted, I think, 2 sets. After about 2, I took it off. I think on the 3rd set because like it was just too tight around my neck. Well, laid back freak from Vietnam. How you doing? Thanks for stopping by the stream. You know, I'm actually part Vietnamese. My mother is from Vietnam. Densat TV. Yes, I am from Texas. Big Tech or Tex Nick. Go check out my last video that I published. It'll tell you everything that I'm doing for this break here. JNab, who's your favorite player? That's a tough one. You know, because I got a lot that I really admire playing and stuff. But you know what? I think like anybody else, I just settle in on you know, the goat Efren Reyes. There's a lot of different traits that I can look at for different people, like Corey Deuel, for example, because of the way he mastered the breaks for every game as well. I just like how meticulous he can be to do stuff like that. He doesn't seem to be playing like he was in his prime, but you know, you still can't dismiss the fact that a lot of the rules of the game, especially 9-ball, have changed because of Corey Deuel and the way he was able to figure out the rack. I think it was because of Corey Deuel. That's why the 3-point rule came about. Because of Corey Deuel's soft break technique that allowed him to have a early 9-ball combination. Oh, Rick Halpin, I really appreciate that. But this is not my 9-ball system. This is a format that is hosted on Bang Time Pool's YouTube channel. He has done 3 virtual 9-ball tournaments where the scoring system is done like this. And so I just kind of use it as a training aid to where I can try to see what's the highest score that I can possibly do. Because in the tournament or in competition, on Bangtime Pool's channel, the highest score done on a live stream is 71, held by myself. But the highest score held on stream, or at least for me, is a 77. I have that on one of my live streams. Tim Z has a video of him doing a 78. It's just rapidly, it's played very sped up. And then off stream, I have a 79, and one of the pool community members can vouch for that. And so what I've been trying to do here is, basically, if I can score all 9s in a row, that would be an 81. And if I can score all 11s, which means I broke and ran 9 consecutive racks without taking a ball in hand, I would score a 99. So if I can do a mixture of 9s and 11s, I can have a grand total that lands somewhere between 81 and 99. That's pretty much what I try to do with these streams. Big Text Nick, you're asking me what's my favorite YouTube channels. That's Dr. Dave. I've said that on numerous occasions. Dr. Dave is one of my favorites. He was the one that I studied after. He's the one that I studied after the most in regards to how I was going to formulate my YouTube videos. It was him and Sharavari. Both of those together is where I did a lot of research to figure out like how I was going to present material, because I don't want to copy people. I don't want my stuff to resemble what other people have done. So like I watch what they do. I see what camera angles they use. I pick apart what words they use in a sentence, et cetera, et cetera. So that way I can figure out what to formulate in my version of whatever it is that I'm going to teach that makes it a little bit different. And then, of course, my personality comes through the video as well, which kind of uniquely defines the video. Mega Andy 12, thanks for stopping by the stream. I really do appreciate it. Ooh, Hector, you got a new diamond table coming. Is it what size is it? 7, 8, or 9? Yeah, Edgar Gerbaldo, exactly. Corey Deuel was just as a different player. I mean, everybody's a different player back in their prime, right? Like they were all monsters, and then of course as we get older and stuff, things change, and then we've got new, fresh, young blood that arise from the pool community and want to be the number one player, and it's tough to stay on top in this game. Ryan Rep, I think Very has I think it's the IPA system that he uses for the projection. And I've thought about hooking up a projector in my garage here so I can somewhat do the same thing. I just haven't bought any of the equipment yet. As you can see, I've got this gigantic studio light behind me, and there's another studio light over by my cues to kind of light up that area as well. You can actually see, like when I'm shooting, there's a cord that comes out of the outlet and goes behind the chair that you can see. That connects the studio light, because I'm still working on trying to get all kinds of adequate lighting in here. So I would like to get rid of these studio lights and actually have probably some, like, maybe hang up a strip light, a bar light right above the camera, so that way I don't have to have this studio light here behind me. Oh, nice. You got a 7-foot Pro-Am with the Arcos balls. That's awesome. I'm debating on whether or not if I want to buy a set of Arcos balls. Rick Halpin, who doesn't remember Willie Moscone or Minnesota Fats? How come you didn't mention like Irvin Crane or Eugene Puckett or who else is back in those days? Grady the Professor Matthews. I mean, there's the names can just go on and on and on. Okay, everybody. We're now going to take my favorite pattern and let's see what we can do with it. So my favorite pattern that I always practice with, I don't always practice with it, I do try other patterns, is 1, 3, 6, 7, 9, 4, 5, 8, 2. And this was long before I figured out like how good the spreads can be with this rack. The reason why I like this rack is because every ball minus the 8 ball, because the only way the 8 ball can be separated from the 9 ball is if I put it in the back. But in tournaments that I've always played in, we always start with 1, 9, 2 going down the middle of the rack, and then you kind of just randomize the other 6. But the only reason why I like this rack is because every ball is separated from one another. You have the 1 that is separated from the 2, that is also separated from the 3. The 3 is separated from the 4. The 4 is separated from the 5. 5 from the 6. 6 from the 7, and the 7 from the 8. And like I said, the only one that's not separated is the 8 and the 9. But when you look at the spreads that I'm about to get here, if I'm able to produce the break, the runout is fairly simple. The only thing that ever happens every once in a while is that the 5 and the 8 tie themselves up. A lot of my viewers know exactly what I'm talking about for that one. Why couldn't the 1 ball fall? Like, seriously. Remember, we don't start with a 0. I am going to at least try to get a score. And I ended up like finding this pattern here because I'm a numbers guy as a software developer or someone that works in IT. Like it's like a numbers pattern for me that just sticks out for me. Hey, I have a shot at the 2 ball. I don't like it, but we're gonna shoot it anyway. I don't like it because I don't like where the 3 ball's at. But this works. And as you can see, the 5 to the 6 is going to be a difficult transition. Ooh. I actually really don't even like this transition. Whew. Okay. Ugh. Oh, that worked out better than I thought. Yeah, I got to figure out if I eventually want to put the bumper that's on here that allows me to put an extension rather than using the bridge, because then I'll own 2 extensions. Because my Predator Black 4.5 has the extension that I'm talking about. Because that extension I have is really a spoiler to be able to shoot stretch shots like that without having to use the bridge. All right, nothing wrong with starting with an 11. Nothing wrong with that at all. There we go. Okay. Trying to figure out if I want to keep on trying to make the 1 ball in the side pocket, since it's been a very successful strategy tonight. But I'm more than certain I can't keep that up if I ever want to try to do a 99. Big bounce too. Come on. Ah, that's actually like really bad. All right, 3, 6. Yeah, I made 3 on the break. This is like really bad because I have to do this as a straight in shot and then make sure that I draw back to play the 3 in the side. Whew. Okay. Just didn't want to overhit the shot. Come around. There we go. Do I want to risk this because I get hooked behind the 9 if I mess up, or do I want to run into the 9? I think the stun shot is okay. That with a little bit of extra pace to make sure that I get over here. Oh, oh no. Oh my goodness. That hurt. I think I kind of twisted right there at the end. But that's okay. That 11 at the front end makes up for that. I think one slight little twist in my stroke there ruined me. Ah, there's no excuse for that. I shouldn't have missed that. That's that one that's like 9 out of 10 times, or even 99 out of 100 times you're going to make that, and that's the one time that you do miss. Oh, is the 7 ball in the way? I bet it is. It is. Goodness gracious. That'd have been awesome if it wasn't. Ooh, this is actually kind of ugly. Yeah, this is the this is the safer shot. Though I really don't like that I'm so close to the 1 ball. Okay. Nah. Oh, come on. Seriously? Oh, it's right on the money. Okay. Not a dead bank, but pretty darn close. Oh, I barely missed it. So there's my first bad rack. Is that 4-5? So now we're behind. We're behind by 3 points. I tried to draw off of the 5 to get underneath the 6, but y'all saw basically you saw how the cue ball drug its way over to the 6 ball. So I had that bit of an angle there that just made getting behind it just a little difficult. So in retrospect, it would seem like I should have tried to draw into it and move it. Yikes. Can't be doing that. Can't be doing that. Oops. What are you doing? Okay, so just so we don't risk getting a 0, you can try to pocket the 1 ball on this one. Wait. I still got a 0. Oh my goodness. Are you serious? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I still got a 0. Ah, man. That hurts. I think that ruins the set. I think that ends up ruining the set. Almost made the 9 ball. Which is actually kind of funny because usually the 9 ball just doesn't move. Man, I cannot believe I got a 0. Ah. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and put this set to rest. Because I got Tim Z's, and let me check and see how long have I been streaming. I've still got a couple more left in me. Okay. So 2 more people. I'll go ahead and do 3 more viewer racks. Because after that 0 in that rack right there, this is to the point to where like there's no point in finishing. I did plenty in the beginning, so now I want to get to where I can try some different ones. So I've got Tim Z's pattern coming up next, and I'll take 2 more. But in the meantime, let's chit chat. So Hector Montalvo, when I'm trying to not make the 1 ball, I want the 1 ball to go slightly past the side pocket. It's with a little bit of topspin. Because the weight of the rack by itself pushes the cue ball back from the angle of the approach that I'm doing, and so the little bit of topspin that I put on the cue ball is to try to get it to land somewhere near the center of the table. Because as the rack pushes it back, the topspin fights back, and that's what causes it to stop. Jared Newman, I see your pattern, so I'll copy that, and I'll take 1 more. But when I'm trying to, and Hector, Hector, that's not a valid pattern. You need to complete it before someone else types theirs. But if I try to make the 1 ball in the side pocket, I can put a little bit of bottom spin on it. So that way, since I'm barely missing the side pocket, what bottom spin does, it throws top spin onto the 1 ball, and that's what causes the 1 ball to go into the side pocket, like you've seen. Yeah, Rush. If we take away the 3-point rule, and just allow me to break, like I'm not gonna break softly, like that's besides the point. But if we take away the 3-point rule, I can probably put up like a monster score. I can probably say that with some confidence. Jesse Krill Incorporated. I see your pattern, or actually no, it looks like you have a different one. What is the difference? Isn't that the same one? Oh, no. I see the correction. Okay. 8675309. That's not a valid rack pattern. Okay, so I have my 3. I've got 1 from Tim Z, Jared Newman, and Jesse Creel Incorporated. So those will be the next 3 that I do. Whew, it's actually starting to, I think my mini split is starting to die down a little bit. It's starting to get a little warm in here. Let's see here. Oh, nice. No notifications. Nobody's been bothering me. How many of y'all do I have left? I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Oh, I saw that I had 92 in here at one point, but I still have 66 of y'all. So that is so much appreciative that y'all spend your Friday nights here with me. Okay, all notifications are handled there. Whew. Densat, I'm not. I've already taken the next patterns that I want, so you have to wait till next time, unfortunately. Oh, and just so y'all know, like, I eventually want to start doing some other stuff with my live streams. Like this has been kind of a staple live stream, but I do have this. Let me do this real quick. You should notice that I could eventually do 10 racks because there is a Facebook community called Play the Ghost, Facebook group, and they actually do like online competitions where you either do 9 racks of 9 ball or 10 racks of 9 ball. They don't do any bonuses for ball in hand, and they don't. I don't think they require the 3-point rule. So I thought about at some point in time giving those a try. So I have this scoreboard here where I can do 10 racks of 9-ball, or I can do 9 racks of 10-ball, or 10 racks of 10-ball. Just haven't gotten there yet. This one here is like a first time goal that I want to be able to achieve first, with 9 racks of 9-ball. So hopefully I get it. I mean, I I feel like I eventually have to do it. Like with the way that I understand the rack and the spreads and stuff. I can try to play safely and always try to make the 1-ball on the side pocket and make the wing ball. That way I'm always playing 7-ball, unless of course I get those other spreads where I'm dropping like 4 or 5 balls on the break. I can try to play for those and just try to score consistent 9s. Like I said, my ego gets in the way, and I want to put up an 11 every now and again, so that way I can say like, I got an 85 or an 86 or something, just something higher than an 81. But I don't see too much chatter, so let's go ahead and go to the next one. And Tim Z, this is going to be your pattern. So I have 1, 2, 8, 3, 9, 7, and 4, 5, 6. Jared Newman, sooner or later, I might do that. Just to see what my score would be without satisfying the 3-point rule. Like I said, I wouldn't soft break. All right, 1, 2, 8. So the 2-ball can possibly bank to the cross side pocket. 3, 9, 7. 7-ball is going to be falling. 3-ball is going to be hopefully going towards the corner pocket after it goes 3 rails. This is why I'm glad I have the gym mats. And then 4, 5, 6. 4 and the 5 are going to be down here. 6-ball hopefully banks up table. So yeah, this looks like this could be a decent spread that I can get. All right, let's go back to pocketing the 1-ball, or trying to pocket the 1-ball. Okay, we at least satisfied the 3-point rule, and we have to take ball in hand. I didn't mean to draw the ball straight back like that. That tells me that I'm hitting the 1-ball too square, and there has to be like a millimeter of a cut. Trying to think of how I want to play this 4-ball. Very smooth transitions, not a whole lot of work to do. Makes for a rather easy rack. You don't have to just don't have to do a whole lot of work. It's usually the way I like to play. Oh, and I almost missed that shot. Okay, but nothing wrong with being off to a good start. Nothing wrong with that at all. 9. All right, let's see here. 1, 2, 8, 3, 9, 7. Is it 4, 5, 6 or 5, 4, 6? 4, 5, 6. So the last 3 balls are in numerical order. Excuse me. I think I can start remembering that pattern. Okay, there's the 1 ball. Seriously, 2 ball. Like I said, 2 ball's going to bank over by the cross-side pocket. If it sets it up for the cross-side pocket, that'd be great. But this is that similar shot that I had to do before, and I didn't really like doing. That was kind of dumb since I have to bridge over the 9 ball. Hey, so far so good. We've had good starts like that. Let's make sure we can hold it. And I tell you what, though, eventually some of y'all need to start joining in on this, right? You know, record yourself with your smartphone or something, live stream, or do something. Join in the fun. I want to start seeing some of y'all's scores. I don't care how low and I don't care how high. Just join in the fun. All right, 397 is in the middle. Yes. Okay. Everybody, I'm assuming everybody in the chat has a smartphone, right? So you can record yourself. Get yourself a tripod off of Amazon. Start recording yourself playing some racks and see what kind of scores you can get, and let us all see. Oh, how about that 5 ball? How about that 5 ball, everybody? Man, what do I do? What do I do? I feel like here's the combo. If I can get here, and that means the 4 ball will track over towards that corner pocket. That might be the best thing I can do. So we can try to draw back for the 3. Okay, and I should have hit that a little bit harder so that way I'm not on the rail. I gotta basically draw back to where I'm at. Little bounce. Okay, that's almost perfect. Let's see here. The main objective here, even if I make it, is just to make sure that I still have a shot at the 4-ball. I have a shot, but not the shot that I want. Blah. Cursed 9-ball. Oh, I hit it so soft. Man. There's a 5. There's always got to be that one rack that kind of just like throws the rhythm of the set off, and that was it. But let's see if we can hold it. Okay, let's try to go for an 11. Oh, a little love from the magic rack there. Probably won't hear the end of it for that one. Or the Accu rack, not the magic rack. It's not the same thing. Oh, get off the rail. Ugh. Really hated doing that, but didn't really have much of a choice. Yikes. That's a 6. Really wasn't intending on hitting the 9-ball or coming anywhere near the Accurac when I cut the 1-ball into the side pocket. I was supposed to come all the way back down table to shoot the 2 in the other side pocket. I thought I had enough spin to avoid touching anything afterwards. There's the one in the side. I thought about punching that a little bit harder so it could stun just a little bit more. Nope, I overcut it. I can just feel myself like twitching while I'm down there to figure out, like, do I want to do this? Do I want to do that? And when I'm doing that, I need to remember to stand back up because that's my own advice. Let's see here. I think I'll just do one more rack because there's nothing I can, well, like I said, on stream I have a 77. I have to get, what? I have to do 4 11s to get a 78. So if I don't get an 11 here, I'm going to end this set so I can go to the next one. So like I have to go for an 11 here. This is where usually all the challenges come from. It's just, coming up with something when there really isn't anything. Because I think it really brings the creativity side out of a player. Yikes. And this is usually why I'm fairly confident in going for these drastically weird shots, like these super thin cut shots, et cetera, because of playing games like this. Now, in a normal match, I'm more than likely going to play a defensive shot, but this isn't a normal match. This is a match where I can try this just to see what my percentage is of being able to do this. And then who knows, like maybe in the most critical of moments, I might actually get lucky and try it. Because then I can really find out what I'm capable of doing. So in kind of a bad aspect, it is kind of helped me. Oh, I think I hit that so soft. Okay. It helps you become a more aggressive player, but then you still have to remember to be conservative every now and again. Play the defensive shots like in a real match, obviously. Right, because it's always gonna be about weighing the percentages out. Like what is the percentage that you can make this shot versus the percentage of landing a good safety. Oh, ouch. Okay, so that ends the set there. That was a 7. So like even best case scenario, I could have scored a 74, I think, something like that. So sorry, Tim, couldn't do better on that one. Jared, your pattern will be coming up next. Whew. You know what? I think it's time this shirt come off. We're losing another article of clothing because it's starting to get warm in here. Oh man. So still a good pattern. I think every pattern's been good. I think so far, I think the most difficult pattern that I've ran into I think was John Knight's pattern. I think that was the second set, um, because of where the two ball kept ending up. Now, I would kind of wonder that if I were to just throw caution to the wind and play the strategies that I've been playing now, which is trying to make the one ball in the side pocket, how would that second set have gone? Versus trying to keep the one ball on the table. Like, I don't know if I would have had a different result or not. Whew, let's see here. Oh, Dusty Tables! If you're going to play this format tomorrow, record yourself. Like, let us see whether it's good or bad. Join in the fun on this stuff. That's what we're all here to do. Eight stays near the nine. Where was the eight ball? Yes, that is true. The eight would stay near the nine on that one. That is true. Because the eight ball would just roll over to the side rail and then come back out. So that is a true statement. Whew. Okay, not really a whole lot of chatter. We're down to 56 viewers. I really appreciate all of y'all sticking around. So let's just go ahead and move on to the next pattern. Jared Newman, yes, I have the Facebook group that I'm creating for people to just post, themselves playing racks. That should be in the description, for to take you there and to join. Check the description of the stream, because once I get done with reviewing all the videos that I have queued up, I'm gonna want, if anybody wants their videos reviewed, it's not going to be reviewed by just me. It's going to be reviewed by an entire community, to where you post yourself playing through a rack. It could be one rack, two racks, three racks. It could be 8 ball, 9 ball, 10 ball. It really doesn't matter, because everybody that's in that group is going to leave hopefully some sort of helpful, constructive criticism to help improve your game, including myself. And then every now and again, what I'll end up doing is just randomly selecting a video out of that Facebook group, and making an actual video out of it, like I've done before. Oh man, the two ball's gonna be gone. So where's the three at? Because if I play the three's gonna be in the back. Okay, so this might be okay. If I play the strategy of pocketing the one and the two, the three ball should be down table. So this might work. This might work. We might try that strategy. We will try to make the one and the two on the break and hope that the three ball is down here, and I have position on it. So we'll give that strategy a try. Okay, not quite. We at least satisfied the 3-point rule. Oh my goodness. Is this what it's going to be like, though? The 4 and the 5? Man. This is harder than it looks now. Lots of cue ball movement with this. I don't think it matters like how I break. This would have a lot of cue ball movement. So this is probably going to be a lot of fun. Oh my gosh, I almost ruined that one. Little too much side spin. And I kind of figured I was going to hit that too hard. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't getting hooked behind the 9 ball. Oh, and I undercut it. Got decent position on the 6. This is going to be a fun pattern, I think. Like I said, lots of movement on the cue ball. I think because from the 7 to the 8 was going to be difficult. So one thing's for certain, besides that, my shooting tonight is mediocre at best. But now, like, you guys and gals should be seeing like why the patterns like really make a difference. All right, did I play that right? Yeah, 4-6-3. All right, so this one doesn't look too terrible. Just when I play to the 5. Oh, that sucks. But we'll do that. I hate when I do that. It would basically almost invalidate the rack. All right, I don't think I have an angle now to play the zigzag position that I did before. I think I have to try to just draw straight down here. Don't get hooked behind the 8. And I think I did. Yep, I did. So try to do a little masse. I have a video on that. Oh, 6 ball. Let's see what I can do. Oh, and I overcut it again. That was another one I was sitting there just contemplating. Look at the position I'm going to get, though. Like, it won't be exactly here if I make it, but it'll still be within the vicinity. So we're averaging a 5. Let's see here. 1-8-5. I know the 2's on the side here. 7-9-2. 4-6-3. All right, let's try to keep the 1 ball on the table. on this break. That doesn't look too bad. The 6 to the 7 is basically the worst part. Oh gosh, I did not think I could throw that much spin on the ball. Oh, thank you, 6 ball. A little bit of an undercut, but then got some love there. Ew. Not enough draw on that one. Oh, and I think I overcut it. Nope, never mind. Guess we're okay. Whew. All right, at least I scored an 11 on that one. Nope, why did I do that? There we go. So 11s are possible. I mean, an 11's possible with any rack, really, when you think about it. 8-5, 7-9-2, I think 4-6-3. All right, 4-6-3 or 6-4-3. 4-6-3. Okay. I think the question is, I think the question of the whole thing is going to be, whose pattern rack am I going to be able to achieve my goal with? No, not like that. That's for certain. Four, 6-3. Yes. Stop 5. Let's keep going for these 11s. Like, here's the break I've been looking for all night, and now it's starting to consistently pop up. Been trying to do this all night. Oh, thought I had a bigger angle than that, but I guess this is okay. Minimize the cue ball movement on that one just to try to recover. This is one where I basically just take my medicine and instead of trying to move the cue ball. There we go. Another 11. Slowly trying to creep my way back up, if I can. What is that? That's 4 points behind. So I've essentially canceled one of those 5s. Two more to cancel the other one, if I can. Oh, one ball. Why'd you have to do that to me? Like, this would have been perfect to try. All right, come on. No 0. Don't want a 0. Like that. Oh, goodness gracious. It's always so sad when you make 2 balls on the break and you still end up getting a 0. That's actually happened at tournament plays when they rack the 9 on the spot. Because that's usually when the 3-point rule really comes about, is racking the 9 on the spot, and like someone will make 2 balls on the break, and then they end up hearing that it was a bad break. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, you make 2 balls on the break. How can you be punished for making 2 balls on the break? All right, what can I do with what I got left? 50, no, 44. That means I can do a 76. So I'm going to, Jared, I'm going to do your rack one more time since I got a 0 on that one. Almost was able to recover. But as y'all can see, if I get a collision up here, that's usually is what's going to cause the 3-point rule to not work, regardless if I make 2 balls. The biggest thing about it all is to make sure that the ball that's in the back of the rack gets clear. And I currently have not been able to eliminate all the variables that allow that to happen. Y'all have seen me do it. Like, I'll get the 3 ball back here. I just can't reproduce it like every time. So kind of like that. I mean, the 3 ball still had a collision, but it made it back here. I felt like I hit that one just a little too soft. And I tried to go around the 6 ball. Okay, this is one where I tried to get the cue ball to go deep into the corner pocket and basically come back where it's at for position on the 9. See? It was the last rack anyway. Because that 9 ball doesn't count. So I actually get an 8 for that one. So the best I could have done after that would have been what, a 73 if I was able to put 9s up or 11s up for the rest of them. Sorry about that one, Jared. It was looking good there with those back-to-back 11s. But like I said, I think I've at least proved my point. Like that's usually what I'm always trying to do. Besides entertain all of y'all, obviously I want to shoot good. I think my shooting has been mediocre at best. Hector, you have yourself a good night. Thank you so much for stopping by. Jonathan Abera, I think this is the first time I've seen you in here. Welcome to my stream. Let's see here. Monique, it's 1:22 where you're at. So you're an hour ahead. Actually, it'd be 1:36 since it's 12:36 here. You're somewhere on the East Coast. Well, now I can officially say happy birthday since it's past midnight. Yes, the longest name on Twitch, bro. I love that screen name. Yeah, this is a 8-foot diamond with Simonis 860 tournament blue cloth. I appreciate that, bud. I love your screen name though. I'm assuming you stream on Twitch. Olava Diaz. I hope I said that right. Is anybody from Utah? I know I got a couple of followers that are from Utah. I don't know if anybody else is from Utah that's in here. Yeah, definitely, Jared. I think at least with what I was trying to do there, once I stopped trying to make the 1 ball in the side pocket and saw that the spreads were easier than the first rack, because like when I tried to make that 1 ball in the side pocket and you saw like all the balls were spread out across the table, making the transitions really difficult. But then when I stopped trying to make the 1 ball in the side pocket, they looked more reasonable, which is usually why I like to break like that. It's just to try to gradually spread them apart, make them hit the rails, and then kind of just slightly come off of the rails. Oh, Chris Crux, I really do appreciate that because you're right. I try to do all of the above, right? I try to teach as best I can to where all of y'all can get it. And when I say all of y'all, I am trying to refer to as what is referred to in education as the lowest common denominator. So that way I've reached the broadest audience that I can get. Like I don't want to explain anything in such a way to where it goes over somebody's head, though that's going to happen. Like that's inevitable. But if I can at least hit the lowest person in the room um, with some sort of explanation to where they understand it, then I should have been able to reach everybody above that person, whether it's in education, skill level, or whatever. And that's usually my approach when it comes to teaching. And on top of trying to make everybody laugh at the same time, it doesn't always have to be serious business. We got to be able to have some fun. Oh, cool. Olavo, you got some buddies that watch my stuff. That's awesome. I appreciate that. Chuck and Heather Coling. Yes, I love my tuxedo Q. And it feels pretty much the same as my Predator Black 4.5. The only thing that's different on my Predator Black 4.5 is that I did cut the tip down a little bit, whereas on the tuxedo, it's still uncut. I think at the very least I might have scuffed it a little bit just to make sure that the chalk is going to hold, but the tip is still brand new since I don't break with it. I don't really do anything with it. Jonathan Abera, could I do more on CTE aiming? Probably not. Stan Shuffett is like the founder of CTE, and I don't really want to step on his toes with his presentations. The only reason why I have the two videos that I have on CTE, and I don't even know if I explained it correctly. I really don't, because those two videos, especially the first one was like a very abstract overview and doesn't really like touch the CTE aiming system because I only pivot in one direction. And I don't even think I did the alignments correctly because my presentations of what I did on the CTE aiming system was based on what I was able to research on other videos, articles that I've read, Stan Sheffett's videos, and other people that interpreted CTE as well for me to create the two videos that I have. And I'm certainly not going to say that the way that I explained it was correct because it's an interpretation. But from what I've gathered from people that have watched the video and left comments and stuff, they said that that the explanations was good. They either accepted it as a good explanation, or they accepted it in some way that it allowed them to better understand other interpretations and be able to utilize the CTE aiming system. And so that was primarily the goal of creating those because my followers asked me to do it. So I did the best that I could to learn what I could learn in a short amount of time. Like I think I studied it for like 3 or 4 weeks, watching videos over and over again. And I'm sitting there like and actually talking to a couple of buddy of mine that actually studied it as well. And like, not understanding like, how is this even working? Like, I'm not understanding it. And finally I get on the table and just try a couple of things like, okay, this kind of makes sense. I think I can see where it works and where it works here and where it works here, et cetera, et cetera. And then when I did the second interpretation of CT, that's when I figured out how to pivot in both directions from right to center and from left to center, and then how to use side spins, or at least how I think side spin is used in CTE. But I probably won't do another one because of that. I won't say for certain, but like as of right now, it would be pretty settled that I probably won't. Jared Newman, what are the differences in the brake cues out there? I'm assuming you're asking like in the general population. Simply put, the brake cues are getting lighter and lighter. There was always the misconception that you want to have a heavy cue when you break, and that's just not true. I mean, of course, with a heavier cue, you just don't have to swing as hard. But I mean, you can't um, deny physics and the data that's out there that the faster you can swing the cue, the more power that you can actually generate, and you're able to do that with a lighter cue. So that's why the brake cues are getting lighter and lighter out there. And you put a phenolic tip of some sort on the cue, and you're pretty much good to go. The only caveat to swinging faster is making sure that you're still in some form of control, right? Because you certainly don't want to lose control of the cue ball. We're in a day and age now to where like smashing the brake is just not a thing like anymore. Unless you're like in your local bar or whatever, and you're just using like a plastic rack or something, because then you're not going to get a decent rack. But if you're with good equipment, good racks, good felt, good table, good balls, et cetera, even without a template rack, you can still achieve a rather decent rack with a wooden rack or like a Delta 13 or something, and you still just do not have to hit the crap out of the rack. Like it's just not a thing anymore. Big Tex Nick's your or Big Tex Nick. My table is about 3 years old now. And as an 8 foot table, I think I paid somewhere between like 5 to 7 grand for it. I really don't remember what the price was off the top of my head, but it's up there. Checking Heather Coling. How about more APA matches? I have them. I was actually supposed to work on one the other day, but I decided to do something else, and I could have worked on it tonight, but I decided to do a live stream tonight. It's a lot easier to do a live stream than to sit in front of my computer for hours on end editing a video together. But I have a few for the spring 2021 session. I have some 9 ball matches that I'm going to be posting hopefully here soon. Okay, let's do the last rack of the evening. This is Jesse Krill's Incorporated, or Jesse Krill Incorporated's pattern. Let's see, 183 492. So the 2 is going to be gone. 756, and the 6 is going to be banking. So yeah, I definitely want to keep the 1 ball on the table for I think this pattern, because the 1's going to be on my right side of the table while the 3's going to be on my left side of the table. So 1, 8, 3, 4, 9, 2. I know the 6 is in the back. Is it 7, 5, 6? Yes, 7, 5, 6. So the 6 is going to be at the other end of the table. Oh man, so the 5, 6, and 7. I think those are going to be some fun transitions. It looks like. I expect the 5 ball to stay somewhere over here. The 6 ball is going to be down there. The 7 ball is going to be back up table. So it looks like the 5, 6, and 7 are going to be my tricky spots. But let's see what happens. Oh, 4 ball. Why'd you do that to me? All right, the 4 ball made it, though. We satisfied the 3-point rule. See what I mean? The 5, 6, and the 7? Ooh, do I want to take the 8 ball out? That makes the transition from the 7 to the 9 easier. I'm not sure. Maybe not. We'll leave it there. We'll leave it alone for now. Gotta be careful with this position on the 4 ball. Yikes. I hope I didn't get straight in. think I did. Because if I try to push this forward, I think I'm going to scratch. Oh, man. So if I come all the way back here, I might make the 8. Ugh. Let's see what I can do here. Oh, that worked out better than I thought. Ooh. Lost the cue ball there for a bit, but not a big deal. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe I did that. Decelerated my stroke. So let's see here. Gotta be very careful. I can easily miss this by undercutting it. But you know, missing it's not is not really my problem. Is just getting position on the 9 ball. I was afraid to put so much spin on the ball to where I just lose control of it. So this is probably where it would be nice to have my extension instead of shooting with the bridge. Ooh, and I overcut the ball. Really? All right, not a bad start. We're okay with 8s. Not a bad start. So 1, 8, 3, 4, 9, 2. 7, 5, 6. Yes, 7, 5, 6. I need to try to remember that. Okay. Like I said, when there's a collision, eight, 3. 7, 5, 6. Excuse me. Are you serious, 4 ball? Golly, there's a 0. All right. I was already thinking about this the moment I took it, the moment I would take it 0. I'm just going to start back over. All I needed was that 4 ball to drop. All I needed was that 4 ball to drop. Okay, 8, 3. Didn't want to take a 0 so early in the set, especially for the last set. Definitely want to try to end this on somewhat of a good note. Had a lot of good sets, lots of good shots for tonight. Okay, that was a good collision. At least got the 5-ball down here. Oh, but the 5 to the 6. My goodness. That's going to be a joy. Especially if I shoot like that. I thought I hit it hard enough to hit this rail and just come back out. So I'm misjudging those a lot. Or by a lot, I should say. Okay, good recovery. Now this is going to be fun. How do I get back to the 6-ball? This looks like a high inside shot, maybe? Don't think I want to try to draw this. Oh, gosh. I missed that by something fierce. Man. So that's a 4. That's a worse start than last time. Right? 183 492 756. Yes. Okay. All right. So that first rack hurt. Okay. How about that 5-ball? I think I need to try to market that. How about that 5-ball? I think that's going to be like one of my new slogans. All right, let's see if I can get position on it. Far from it. Far from it. Have to take the combo. All right, so that means the 5-ball will be heading towards the side pocket. So I think I can just try to stop the cue ball. Whoa, come on, slow down. Did I take ball in hand on this one? I'm going to check the chat if I complete the rack. I don't remember if I did or if I didn't. Yuck. Come on. All right, I have to move the cue ball on this one. Can't just try to roll it. At least I don't think I can. Well, maybe I can drag it. Oh, never mind. So the ball in hand is a irrelevant question. I got the position because I tried to do a drag shot. Initially, I thought I should just try to flare the cue ball around for position, since I didn't really get that great of shape on the 8 ball. So I can't say the other day I did try to make a recorded video of this because I'm ready to put this to bed so that way I can start doing something else, like maybe do some straight pull racks like I've done before, or maybe some 10-ball racks or some 8-ball racks or just something. I don't know. Oh, I didn't want that to happen. But we'll take it. We have a shot at the 3-ball, so we're gonna go ahead and go for this long shot. Let's try to make this last set worth our while in challenges. Ooh, do I have to jump over the 9? I think I do. I could try to. Yeah, if I want to make it, I could try to deep spin it and try to get the swerve to do it. But I think the jump shot is probably safer. I'm only jumping over like the very edge of the 9-ball, so I think I should be okay. You probably can't see it because I'm probably blocking the camera. But I at least hit it. 3, 6. Oh, this is turning out not to be good. So here, I think I think it's safe to say, like, here's my fatigue. Like, fatigue has finally set its way in. I really thought I could do it, guys and gals, but we're gonna have to save it for another one. And like I said, it might come out in a recorded video instead of a live stream. I mean, if I eventually get the 81 through 99 recorded, I can probably try to do like a couple of attempts at a 99 um, on a live stream, just a couple, because I'm more than certain there'd be a lot of resets. When you think about it. That was an 11, right? That was an 11, right? At least I think it was. Double check me when I come back to score this one. Collision after collision after if I eventually figure out what that final variable is to get that collision to stop, it's going to be on. Done it a good handful of times where the rack will do everything that I want it to do, but then more times than not, there's that darn collision. And that's a 0. Okay, so are y'all ready to see some power breaks? Since I don't really do that a whole lot. What do I have left? 4 racks left with some power breaks. Actually, I'll get the break speed app out for this one. I topped out in my last video at 19.5 miles an hour, which I actually thought I was able to get up to 20, but I wasn't. So let's try to do these last 4 racks with some power breaks, and let's see what we can get. Nothing but brute force. $19.13 miles per hour. I think I satisfied the 3-point rule. I'm not entirely sure. Aw, man, that would have been a nice 11. What is that? That's a 4. So that's if anybody else decides to get this break speed app, I mean that's going to be a lot of fun. Like who can break the hardest? I know it's not going to be me. But I figure that should be a lot of fun to do. But definitely would like to see if I can get up to 20 miles an hour. Y'all notice that I'm down on the ball. I'm making sure that my aim's correct. Then I stand up a little bit. So that way I can try to really push myself into this break. Yuck. 16.33. So I must have definitely taken some off on that one. You can make me jump? Yep, you are. Ah. Gee whiz, jump over the 8 and get position on the 7. Not likely going to happen, but let's see what happens. Thought I made it. Ah. And I would have had a super thin cut shot on the 7 ball. That's a 5. 2 more racks left. Then we will bid everybody a good night. Can have one more conversation though, if there's any more questions or things people want to talk about. I always enjoy talking to everybody. All right, 16. Let's try to get back up there in the 19s. That almost sounded like a miscue. Yeah, 15.48. Gee whiz. That just sounded like really off. I mean, maybe I can get an 11 if I can carom this off the 5 ball. Oh, never mind. And then one last rack. What did I get? 2, 4, 6, 7. That was a 2. All right. Last one, folks. Yeah, I think I did miscue on that break. There's a little bit of chalk residue there. Come on, let's see if I can do a 20-mile-an-hour break. Oh, 19.27. Still not my top best because 19.51 was my best. But I'm more than certain there's some of y'all out there that can break harder than that. More than certain. Oh, gee whiz. Let's finish the rack at least. Okay, and just to give you an idea on how thin you can cut a cut shot. Not saying that I'm going to make it, but I mean, I'm certainly going to try. See, pretty close. Bit of an undercut because I did catch the side rail. But I'm almost certain a lot of y'all would have elected to bank that shot, and you wouldn't be wrong. But I've done enough cut shots now where I'm just comfortable trying them. Oh, golly, my banks have been close. I think I at least had a couple of good bank shots. So here's another thin cut shot. Oh, that one I just completely botched. Oh, man. Like I said, that's where the fatigue part sets in. Can I do the Efren zigzag shot? Except the Efren shot, like the ball's like right here. Well, at least made a legal hit. All right, let's get this finished off. And then, regardless of what happens, try to go out with some flair. 4 rails in the corner pocket. Get out of the way, cue ball. I don't even think it was gonna go. I think I still missed it. Whew. Okay. Oh man, I couldn't do it tonight. Dang it. I tried. What was my highest score for the night? Anybody remember? Because I had that one set where like it came down to like the last. I think it came down to like the last 3 racks, and then I just completely blew it. I don't remember what the score was on that though. Monique, I did not win the tuxedo queue in a raffle. I was not one of the winners. Basically, I was trying to go for it for the VG10 2.0, but once the raffle was over, I just went out and bought it because I wanted to have it. And you're right. They're a little over like 1,050, I think, or something like that is what they're retailed at, and I just had to have it. I really liked how sleek and simple it was, and I just wanted to own it. Yeah, exactly. Now, I liked I like the way you think. Hello, tiredness, my old friend. I've come to play pool with you again. Oh, that's great. I love it. I love it. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I wish I could have. I wish I could have done it tonight. Like I thought for certain. But like I said, I am at least thankful to be able to demonstrate on a live stream that I'm not joking about predicting where all 9 balls are going to go. So the pattern of the rack can increase the difficulty of the run out because you know that there's going to be difficult transitions going from one ball to the next. Whereas in some uh, rack patterns, transitions are going to be a little bit easier going from one ball to the next. So there's definitely going to be like the pattern for me that allows me to score anywhere between 81 through 99. Like I said, I'm going to be trying to make some recorded attempts at it from time to time, just to try to put this to rest, so that way when I do go live. Um, So I probably sound drastically different. I don't even know. Yeah, my mic died. That's what I thought. So I probably sound drastically different now because my Bluetooth failed. So we now know that my Bluetooth has a time limit of 5 hours and 25 minutes. So I probably sound very echoey right now. So, but I think on this note, we're pretty much gonna call it a night. I've been streaming now for almost 5.5 hours, which is a new record. I think my last live stream was just over 5 hours. And so, yeah, hopefully next time either I'll make a couple of live attempts at some 99s. Like I said, I'll try to do that maybe once or twice, depending upon how many resets I have to do during that one. But we'll see. And so, obviously, if you liked what you saw, please give me a thumbs up and subscribe. And there's a new thing that I want to start saying on all of my outros, and I'm going to make a video about this. I found something a little interesting about YouTube. You notice I don't really ever say like share my video or click the bell notification so that way you're notified whenever I go live or whenever I post new content. But if I've at least earned your subscription or if I already have your subscription, do click that bell icon and change it from personalized to all. So that way you're notified whenever I post a new video or whenever I do go live. There is a bug that I've seen in YouTube, and like I said, I plan on making a video about this hopefully in the near future to kind of explain what I think is actually happening. So I would like to see some of my viewer counts go up on a couple of my videos. Studio 11 Chicago. This is not Chris Robinson. I've actually been confused. People have confused me with him, but I am not Chris Robinson. I have met him though. He did come to Texas for the Texas State Open, and then of course he got to play in the Moscone Cup. But I'm not him. So now I know I can't stream for 5 hours anymore because my Bluetooth can't take it. It'll die after 5 hours.
So I'm gonna have to try to come up with maybe a backup or something if I ever want to stream for more than 5 hours. But as I said before, thanks everybody for being here. How many do I have left? Y'all are definitely some troopers. I have 46. I have 46 of y'all left. So y'all are definitely some troopers. I definitely do appreciate everyone being here and everyone that has been here before. And it's always appreciative that I'm able to show y'all that I practice what I preach. And everything that I say and I do actually does work, and I'm not just blowing smoke up everybody. So sooner or later, I'm hoping to achieve this goal just to say that I got it, right? And then, like I said, we can move on to something else. So be on the lookout for my next recorded video, which is going to hopefully be an APA match. It's actually going to be an APA 9-ball match. I can at least spoil that one. So I might be able to get it done tomorrow. I can't say for certain. We're just gonna have to wait and see. And then, like I said, if y'all heard me talk about the Discord community, so like I said, there should be a link in my description box below about the Discord community. So feel free to join the Discord. And you'll a lot of people that are actually in the chat right now are part of the Discord, so you can still continue to talk to them, get to know one another. You might be able to chit chat with me on a live type of thing. I don't do any lessons. I might give you advice, but I don't really do any lessons in the Discord. But if you want to get to know me better on a more personal basis, just join the Discord because there's plenty of us in there that talk and hang out. And we shoot pool with one another. We do little scrimmages and just have a whole lot of fun. But I'm rambling now, so I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. I will say once again, thanks everybody for being here. And like I said, if I've earned a subscription from you tonight, if you're someone new watching me, be sure to click that bell icon and change it from personalized to all. And if I already have your subscription, be sure to click the bell notification and change it from personalized to all as well. That way you're notified whenever I post a new video and whenever I go live. So until the next time, everybody, y'all have a good night.